Yes. There are 3 difficulty modes in this game. Easy, normal, hard. This game is quite hard. Normal mode is already fairly hard, and I remember dying on easy repeatedly when I first played it. So I am probably going to keep the difficulty set to normal, and if we win, maybe I'll consider upping it to hard. Dear, that jingle does not harmonise well with this game's music. Izzy, Bestest Penguin, thank you so much for resubscribing. For 19 months already. That's so many months. I can't count that many months on my fingers. Thank you, Izzy. And also, unlike Hexcells, something very nice that this game does is it doesn't cut out the music and the picture when you tab out. You will be relieved to hear, so no more of that nonsense. Minimum Wage Worker says, agree, this game's easy as very hard. Yeah, I have beaten it before. I think it was on normal. What I'll do is I'll play it on normal, and if we lose horribly repeatedly, I might go to easy, but we'll stick with normal. There are a bunch of ships in this game. You start with just one unlocked, and then you can unlock other ones. There's also different layouts of each ship and other stuff like that. And there's achievements to complete to unlock the new ones and all that kind of nonsense. So that gives the game some replayability. But to start with, you just have this one ship. There's also... It's not DLC, I don't think, because it is... like, you get it for free. There's this Advanced Edition content. That has been added since I played the game last. So what I think I'll do is I'll do my first run with it off. And then if we manage to beat the game without the Advanced Edition content, I will turn it on, because I think it does make the game harder. It says recommended for experienced play. Right. Crew members. Liari, hello. Best Crossword Penguin. Good to see you. You're just in time to name a crew member. So yeah, if anybody wants to suggest a name for a crew member, please feel free to use the channel point redeem. Assuming it's working. Let me just check it is actually working. Oh, I didn't do the text input field to actually say what you want it to be called. That was a mistake. You'll just have to type in the name you want for the crew member. Emma, you are not very good at streaming. Liari, thank you for redeeming White Clover as your flower of the day. And hello, Alice. Thank you so much for... a bit of a delay on that alert, wasn't there? Alice, thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day, which is an ossia, which is a shrub. It's a type of willow, I think. Has really long, thin leaves. I've just realised your name isn't minimum wage worker. It's mini-num wage worker. I'm guessing minimum wage worker was taken. And that you also don't mind being called that. Let me fix this redeem quickly so that you need to enter text. There we go. That's better. You currently hold the fastest time to notice that. It's one of those words that you just skip over because you think you know what it says. Mininun. Please let me know what you'd like your crew member to be called. Sorry that it wasn't in the redeem, but I will do it. And if anyone else wants one, then do let me know. Otherwise, I will start picking names at random. What? Basically 3 skin tones and 2 genders. Emperor. There we go. Okay. So far so good. Gets abbreviated to Crew M on the select screen, unfortunately, but that will do. Human. Humans are common and uninteresting. Skills improve slightly faster. So there are different races in this game of aliens, but you always start with 3 humans. Right, since no one else is suggesting a name, I am going to go with names of my viewers in the order that they joined the stream today. So, there we go. Who is second? Elfie, I think. Well, Elfie was first to press the first redeem, but Harry was actually here first. Harry is so polite, he refuses to ever redeem first on anyone's stream. Go with the female skin for Elfie. There we go. Apologies in advance if any of you die horribly. Which, to be honest, in this game is quite likely. Okay, let's get started here. The data you carry is vital to the remaining Federation fleet. You'll need supplies for the journey, so make sure to explore each sector before moving on to the next. But get to the exit before the pursuing Rebel fleet can catch up. And then there's some tips about how to play the game. So, here is our ship. Here are our crew members. We have Crewmember piloting. We have Elfie on weapons, and we have Harry on engines. You can also have crew members on other systems. This is shields. This is oxygen. This is the med bay. This is doors. And you're probably thinking, doors, isn't that a bit of a boring system to be in charge of? Doors are pretty important on a spaceship because if you leave them open, then all the air runs out. And this is sensors, and then this is the pilot. Minimum wage worker says death is almost certain, and Izzy says dying is simply an occupational hazard in this game. I'm glad you all have such confidence in me. So yeah, the backstory of this game, we are part of the Federation, and the evil rebel fleet is trying to take over the galaxy. This is the reverse of Star Wars. In this game, the rebels are the bad guys. This stuff down here is the power for our ship. This is our reactor, and these little green bars are the power we have to power the different systems. Shields are pretty important, engines are pretty important. We can't actually go anywhere without our engines. Oxygen is pretty important. We can unpower oxygen, but if we do that, this O2 meter here slowly starts dropping. We will die if that gets too low. Medbay heals your crew members if they take damage. You don't need to power it if they're not in there. And then these are our weapons. Weapons take different amounts of power. You can have more weapons. Doors are a great way to deal with borders. Yes, so At the moment, the inside of the ship is white. As you see, if you open a door, this diagonal stripes, that basically means there's a vacuum there now. And if your crew members are exposed to vacuum, they're not going to have a good time. Let me just tweak the volume very slightly on the game. There we go. There is a bit of extra stuff covering my face cam. I decided it was the least important stuff, so I covered it up. These are just the other systems, piloting, sensors and doors. This button here opens all doors on the ship. It's quite a dangerous button to press if you're an air-breathing life form, so pretend that's not there. This is a map. We are in Sector 1. You will travel through several sectors during the game. This is where we are, and this is where we can go. And we can slowly navigate our way around the sector. This exit down here is where we're trying to get to. Each of these little dots is some kind of random encounter. It might be an enemy ship, it might be a store selling stuff, it might be some random debris in space, it might be nothing. And so we want to try and visit as many as we can. But we can't visit them all, and you'll soon see why we can't visit them all. There is a non-air breathing life form in the advanced edition, I think, says Minimum Wage Worker. That sounds pretty powerful, because you could literally just leave your ship, leave all your doors open, and you'd be fine, and nobody else would be able to board your ship. Anyway, we're going to go somewhere. Aha! You detect a rebel scout on an attack approach to a small refueling outpost. Their weapons are charged, but they're not firing yet. We have a choice. Intervene to defend the outpost or avoid the conflict. Avoiding the conflict sounds pretty boring to me. Let's intervene. I will respond to your threat. I don't know who you are, but no one defies the rebel fleet. They move in to engage. Right, now we have actual combat. Minimum Wage Worker says I'll avoid spoilers and stop talking since you seem to not have experienced the Advanced Edition. Yes, so I have played the base game. It was a while ago. I've probably forgotten some things about it. And I was by no means an expert. So you are welcome to share advice if you would like. But yes, I will discover the Advanced Edition content in a future playthrough. Right, so this ship is going to shoot us. You can see it has weapons. We have weapons. Weapons take time to charge, so all we can do is wait at the moment until this turns green. Once that's green, that means we can fire it. We can see inside the enemy's ship, and so we can actually target our weapons. We can choose where we want to aim. Targeting weapons and shields are usually quite a good idea. The first time you hit, it will hit their shields, and then if their shields haven't recharged by the time you hit them again, then they'll take damage. You can see that my shields just got hit and they're currently recharging. And yeah, they managed to hit my medbay. I'm glad this game lets you pause, because this would be very quick to try and talk about otherwise. They just hit my medbay and they did some damage to my hull because my shields were down. But now their shields are down. And there we are. So I've damaged their weapons, so their weapons are offline. And I've damaged their shields, so their shields are offline. So if I hit them a couple more times, then they'll probably be dead. And that would be good news. Now, you can repair things that are damaged. You see the weapons just turned from red back to orange there. That's them trying to repair their weapons, but it's a bit too little too late. We have defeated them. Ship breaks apart and you quickly salvage what you can. So And the outpost hails you. The pompous bastards expected free service just because they defeated the Federation. Take this for the help. So we, as well as getting some stuff from the defeated ship, we got some stuff from the outpost as well. So yeah, there are 3 resources we have to manage. Well, actually there's 4 because there's a scrap as well. There is fuel, which we need in order to actually go anywhere. There are missiles, which we need to use this thing, which is a missile launcher. And there are drone parts. We don't have any drones at the moment. If you have drones, you need drone parts to use them. And then this is scrap, which we can use for upgrades and stuff. Now, they did destroy my medbay. You can repair things in the middle of battle, but it's a bit hectic. You can also just wait till it's finished and then repair it, which is what I'm going to do. Minimum wage worker says, me? I'm an exclusive easy mode player. I think you'd know more than me. We'll see. We'll see. I think I beat the game like twice with like this ship and one other, but there's a lot more content to the game than that. Some of the ships play completely differently. Like there's one that has no weapons and just uses drones and that sort of thing. Anyway, we are here. Let's go this way. A Federation encrypted signal is being broadcast from a nearby planet. Do we send a party to investigate? It could be a trap. Let's move on. Izzy, you know how you said dying is simply an occupational hazard in this game? This seems like an easy way to lose a crew member. I don't really want to lose a crew member on my second jump of the entire game, so I'm going to just move on. Right, so, this is the reason why we can't visit every single location. This is the advancing rebel fleet. Every turn they get further across the map, and we have to get to the exit before they do. You can jump to locations that are inside the rebel fleet. It's just that the only thing you can do there is fight the rebels and then try and run away. You don't get any other rewards, so there's no point. Go this way. 50-50 white choices of this game. Yeah, I think a lot of those choices are random. Like, there could be a good outcome or there could be a really bad one. And I don't feel like gambling just at the moment. A rebel autonomous scout is exploring this beacon. You attempt to hide behind a nearby moon. The ship finds you and begins its assault. Okay, so this is a battle. We don't have any choice in the matter. This is just a battle. Hello, LT Bago. Thank you so much for redeeming Spanish Bluebell as your flower of the day. I hope you are well. I hope you are a little less melting than yesterday, like the rest of us. We're fighting some spaceships with other spaceships. Okay. The ship starts to power up its FTL drive. If it gets away, it will no doubt warn the fleet of your position. Okay, I remember this now. So there's like this battle is kind of time limited, and if you don't kill it in time, then the rebel fleet will catch up to you. But you can stop it from jumping away if you're able to take out its engines. So that's what I'm currently trying to do. Okay, I have successfully taken out its engine, so it says enemy FTL delayed. Now I just need to kill it. Oops, it's just knocked out my sensors, which is a slight problem because now I can't see what's going on in my own ship. But it's okay, we defeated it. The ship breaks apart and you feel relief in the knowledge that you will hopefully still be one step ahead of the fleet. But also let's fix our sensors. So we are gradually taking hull damage. Sooner or later we'll come up across a store which will allow us to spend scrap to repair our hull. Preferably before it gets to 0. LT Bago says, wasn't too bad today. Some light showers on and off cooled things down somewhat. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, we have a distress beacon over there. Distress beacon, someone might need help. I think we've got time to like go around like this and still go there. So let's actually. You see how this is sort of flagged as distress? If you're adjacent to a location that has something interesting, like a store or a distress, it does pop it up. So if there was something interesting here, it would have already said. If I go here, I can look at all these places to see if they're interesting. So I'll go here. Despite the barren area, a trader has set up shop at this beacon. He presents his offer. 2 fuel for 4 missiles. Well, I have a lot more fuel than missiles, so okay. No problem. We'll do that. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there's all this stuff as well. So these are all the systems on the ship, and you can spend scrap to upgrade them. You can upgrade shields, engines, and so on and so forth. This number is how much scrap it takes. With the shields, it's worth noting upgrading the shields once doesn't actually do anything. You need 50 scrap to upgrade it enough to actually have 2 shield barriers instead of just 1. Upgrading the engine increases your evasion, which is this number here, which is currently 20%. Which makes it more likely you'll avoid incoming attacks. And then, in order to... the power system is a bit weird, because like, if I was to upgrade the shields and put 2 more points into them, I would need 2 more points of power to actually power the shields. So I could, for example, turn off my weapons. I'd then have power available to power my shields. But I wouldn't be able to shoot anything. So you have to upgrade your power and your other systems. So the cost adds up quite quickly. So I think I'm just going to save my money for now. Okay, yeah, here's a store. Let's go to one more place before the store. You arrive at the beacon to find yourself dangerously close to a star. An automated rebel ship impervious to the heat moves in to engage. Ah, okay. So we have this danger. You're too close to a star. Solar flares will light the ship on fire. Shields will reduce the effect. This is basically the situation I was in this weekend. This is almost exactly Emma's weekend simulation here, except there wasn't actually a drone shooting at me. Let's try and kill this ship, shall we? Okay, I missed every single shot. Great. Good work, team. Elfie and weapons, I'm holding you responsible for... I'm just kidding. Oh, hang on, our ship is on fire. There are 2 ways to extinguish a fire. You can send your crew members to go and extinguish it, but they take damage, and also that means they can't do their jobs. However, you can also open the doors, let all the air out, and then the fire stops burning. Oh, well, except now our ship has more fires. Let me very quickly try and kill this ship. And then, yeah. Our O2 is already on fire. If the O2 is destroyed, then you can't breathe any oxygen and you die. The good thing is stores are guaranteed to be safe. Here we go. Right, yeah. So I'm not going to die while I'm here because no one's shooting at me, and I can put the fire out. Right, and then once the O2 machine is restored, I can shut the doors and slowly the air will come back in. Then I can go and repair the med bay. And once the med bay is repaired, my crew can heal themselves from the damage they took putting the fire out. So that wasn't too bad because the fight itself was really easy, but you can imagine if there was a difficult fight and your ship was on fire at the time. Okay. Right. Okay. Good news is we're at a store, so we can fix the damage to our hull. I will do. You can also buy extra fuel, extra systems, although we can't afford them. Drones. There's no point buying drones. We don't have a drone control at the moment. You can hire more crew members, and you can buy weapons, although we can't afford those either. Although if we're going to buy a weapon, we could sell another weapon. No, this weapon costs 95 and also needs 4 power. There's no way we'd ever be able to use it. I might buy another crew member, though. I can't afford the Mantis. The Mantis... So this guy is an alien of a different race. The Mantis' disregard for individual lives led to their evolution as a vicious warrior race. Inflict 1.5 damage in combat, but they're useless at repairing. Okay. Minimum wage worker says the glaive is OP. I agree, looking at those stats. But I can't afford it, and even if I could, my ship can't actually power it at the moment. So I'm going to have to pass that. But let's hire another crewmate. Can you rename? You can. Okay. If anybody wants to choose a name, now would be a good time to suggest one. Otherwise, who joined the stream first after Harry and Elfie? I think Ander was... Yeah, Ander was third. Okay. Sorry, Ander, you're in the game now. There we go. Right, so probably the most useful place to put Ander would be on shields. If you have someone on shields, your shields recharge faster. So let's do that. Right. I might have left it too late to get to this distress beacon, actually. Yeah, because they're going to go here and then, like, here. Whoops. Oh, well. Never mind. They're going to have to go unrescued. Well, maybe the rebel fleet can rescue them. A pirate ship was lying in wait inside this asteroid field. It immediately moves into attack, and our option is turn and fight. We do have another environmental hazard. You're in an asteroid field. Periodically, asteroids will strike your ship. Well, the good news is periodically asteroids will strike the enemy ship as well, not just us. Well, let's try and... oh, of course the asteroids hit us and not the enemy. These guys have an extra thick shield that we have to get through before we can damage them. Although fortunately the asteroids are helping. I'm just going to keep shooting their weapons until we get them. Minimum wage worker, thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a wild onion. Thank you for starting your wildflower garden. Okay, they are dead, which is good news. I will take that scrap material, thank you. Right, we should probably get out of here before any more asteroids hit our ship. Do I have time? I think I just barely have time to go around this way, but not to get to the distress. I'll go this way. First flower is an onion. That's enough to make me cry. Oh, there are worse names named flowers to get, but yes, wild onion is actually really pretty, and actually doesn't make you cry nearly as much as commercially produced onion. You arrive in the system to see a pirate ship pursuing a civilian ship. You detect messages from the civilian ship on a distress frequency. Obviously we're going to aid the civilian ship. Power up your weapons and engage the pirate ship. So the ships in this game all have kind of a different colour scheme to them. The rebel ships are orange, the pirate ships are the same colour scheme as our ship, but they've just sort of hastily splashed some purple paint on there. Which I guess is the space equivalent of a skull and crossbones flag. Ow. Okay, they just hit the weapons. Elfie is doing a very good job of repairing the weapons. Thank you, Elfie. But at the moment our laser is offline. Can I get it back online? Yes, okay. We do need our laser online. The good news is we also took out their weapons. So at the moment our ships are just staring at each other while we both try and repair our weapons. We'll see whose weapons come back first. Oh good, it was ours. Right, I think they're probably dead now. Yes. The pirate ship breaks apart. You hasten to contact the civilian ship. The ship you saved was badly damaged in the battle. Most of the crew accepts your offer to be dropped off at a nearby station, but one offers to join your crew. Welcome aboard GM Foe, who we might be renaming. Who, in fact, is a mantis. Okay, we have our first alien crew member. Anyone has a name they'd like to suggest, please do. Otherwise, I'm going to see who joined the stream next after Ander. It was Alex. Alex underscore dead underscore. Welcome aboard, Alex. Okay, what shall we put you on? Since mantises are good at fighting, they're going to be most useful later on when people try to board our ship. So they should probably hang around the middle here. But also, it's a good idea to have someone in the medical bay, I think, because if that gets destroyed, you can't heal yourself, which is a big problem. So I'm going to put you there. Okay, right, we need to get moving before the rebels catch up with us. I don't think I have time to go there. Go here. A heavily damaged Federation ship is hiding in the nebula at this beacon. Before you have time to make contact with them, they fade into the nebula. We can attempt to follow and help them, or keep our position they can handle themselves. Okay, this is another one of those choices that can go horribly wrong or not horribly wrong. Let's try and help them. Oh, we got the good and I think the bad outcome of that is like you take a bunch of damage. You get lucky and find them floating not too deep into the nebula. Thrilled to be found by friendlies, they come on board and abandon their wrecked ship. We're gaining a lot of crew members. You don't usually have 6 this early into the game. I think the maximum you can have is only like 8, isn't it? Yeah, you can only have 8 in total. Okay, I've got to look who joined next now. Who was next after Alex? It was Raven. Welcome aboard, Raven. Raven, with their new laptop, has joined the team. I guess we'll stick you in sensors. We're running out of places to put people, I'll be honest. So at the moment we're actually in a nebula. This sort of purplish area on the map is a nebula. And in a nebula your sensors don't do anything. So you can't see you can't see what the enemy ships are doing and stuff like that. But it also makes the rebels slower. See how they're not moving as far next turn? So if we hang around in the nebula, we can actually go to more places before we exit. I think we can actually go here, just barely. Okay, well that was pointless. Your jump leads you to nothing but empty space. This jump beacon serves no purpose other than as a connection. Right, well that wasted some fuel for no good reason. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, sometimes that happens, sometimes there just isn't anything. Trade. Buy fuel for 2 missiles. I might actually take that just because running out of fuel in this game is really annoying. You're basically stuck and then the rebels come and kill you. We're just barely going to make it to the exit before the rebels catch up with us. Another... okay. Being given a bunch of empty areas now. Finally, some action. You notice a Mantis attack ship. Ducking between the clouds of swirling space stuff. It's hunting you. You try to get the jump and move into attack. Okay, so this is a Mantis ship. You can tell because it's red, I guess. It's also not very powerful. So we should be fine here. We one shot took out their weapons, and then we just have to keep hitting their weapons. This burst laser does 3 shots each time, and their shields are still up, but if we hit them once, that takes their shields out, and then if we hit them 2 more times, then yeah, that's going to be enough. We got more scrap. And we're going to just barely make it to the exit. The rebels going to attack you on the last node too. Don't ask how I found out. Well, let's see. You've arrived at the long-range beacon. When the FTL drive is charged, you can jump to the next sector. You see a small station fitted with hundreds of repair drones. You receive an automated message. We don't know who you are and we don't care, but this is the right place for some ship repair. My ship currently only has 1 point of damage, and I need to, the minimum you can spend is 10 scrap. I'm not going to bother. I'll take my 1 point of damage to the next sector. So yes, good, we weren't attacked by anyone. But yeah, you can see, yeah, we can't go back to any of these places now. So, next sector. Now we get to see the sector map. So basically you have to choose a path through this diagram here. You visit a total of 8 sectors in the game. We're on this first one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The final sector is always a hostile one, and you fight the final boss and everything. And then you have choices of like friendly or hostile ones. I think hostile ones mean more fights, but also like better rewards. Friendly ones mean like more shops and stuff like that. And there's also nebula sectors, which are like, it's all nebula. And yeah, they're not just civilian and hostile, because like this, yeah, see, this one is Zoltan controlled, this one is rebel controlled. The Zoltan are another type of alien. So like if you go to a Zoltan sector, you're more likely to get Zoltan ships and all that sort of thing. The very unfair final boss that I 100% defeated because I held a grudge against him, says Minimum Wage Worker. Well, we'll see. Maybe or maybe not. I honestly can't remember what the final boss does, so we might be caught out. We'll go to the Zoltan sector because then we'll see some ships we haven't seen yet. You're far from Federation home space here in Zoltan territory, and it's not clear whether the authorities will have any goodwill remaining. Still, you have to push forward. Indeed we do. Oh, sorry. It's not as hot as yesterday, but it's still pretty warm. I'm still melt slightly. Okay, there is immediately a store. We don't have very much scrap at the moment. The problem is if we go this way, see how this doesn't connect to anything? If we go this way, we're not going to be able to get back to that store. And there's more stuff on this side, so I think I'm going to go to the store even though we're probably not going to be able to buy anything. Okay. There's another missile, but yeah, this requires 3 power. We already have a missile that only needs 1 power. We can hire some more crew. I've never had this much crew, I don't think. We can also buy long-range scanners or FTL jammer. These are augmentations, they're just like upgrades for your ship that you just kind of have once you've bought them. Yeah, we can't afford any of these things. We can also potentially fix 1 point of hull damage. Yeah, so I think our choice is by another crew member or one of these augments. This is a slug alien. These telepathic slugs were shunned in the Galactic Federation for their constant thievery and attempts at manipulation. Telepathic powers reveals rooms and life forms even when sensors are down. Immune to mind control. Minimum Wage Worker says, under the weapon stats there's a rectangle that sometimes tells you about special abilities of said weapons. For example, a glaive beam is OP because it goes through shields. Yes, yeah, this goes through, the missiles go through shields. This is basically a stronger version of this, but I'd need to buy 2 more power upgrades to be able to use it. This is also pretty good, but yeah. I don't think it's better than the beam weapons. These can't get through shields. Whereas this thing can get through shields and also deal damage. So if I swap this for this, I think I'm a bit screwed if someone has lots of shields. Let me get this, because this actually sounds quite useful. Adds information about nearby beacons on the star map. So where it says like distress and store, I'm guessing it tells you more information. I'm going to buy this, and I'm also going to fix this one point of damage. Hello Vibrator, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Greater Burnett Saxifrage as your flower of the day. All of them except the glaive. Okay. Well, if I come across the glaive beam when I actually have money, I will definitely consider it. Oh, hang on. Elfie is damaged. I didn't realise Elfie was damaged. Sorry, Elfie. I should have noticed that. There we go. Go back to weapons. So, here we go. Right, yeah, okay. Undiscovered possible ship detected. Okay, so the long-range scanner is telling me that there are ships at these locations. That's possibly helpful information. It doesn't make or break the run. I'm just fanboying the glaives. It's minimum wage work. Fair enough. Well, let's go and fight this possible ship. A small shuttle appears on the local radar. Turns out it's a rebel automated scout. Well, it hasn't got any shields, so this shouldn't be a difficult battle. Just have to knock out its weapons and then we're good. Well, it did me 1 point of damage that I just fixed. And now it's damaged again. But yeah, I think they are now screwed. Yes, they are. Okay. Okay, maybe this thing isn't quite as useful as I thought. We can go to possible ship, or possible ship. Let's go to the possible ship. The possible ship was indeed a ship. Emergency, all ships in range. We are under attack. The frequency matches a nearby Zoltan ship. You move in on their pursuer. They take your intervention as a cue to jump away, cowards. Okay, we have another pirate ship. See if we can take their weapons out. We did take their weapons out, but they also kind of set our weapons on fire. Okay, this is a slight problem. Let's send everybody to fix that. On account of we can't actually fight back at the moment. There we go. Everybody going to survive? I think so. Right, now we need to power up our weapons, but they're also repairing their weapons. So their weapons are going to be back online before our weapons are back online. Oh, why have I got a Mantis repairing the... Mantis's repair at half speed. Got you out. Weapons repaired, okay. I'm going to shut the oxygen off just temporarily. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll remember to turn it back on. You need to go and heal. Harry needs to heal. Ander is temporarily taking over weapons. It's alright, their weapons are still down. We're fine. Nothing to panic about. Okay, we've set their ship on fire as well. This is good news. Everyone back. Okay, yeah, I think they're not having a good time here. Yeah, their weapons are just on fire now. In fact, we kind of don't even need to shoot them. I'm pretty sure their ship is just going to burn to death. Vibrator says, Emma, you play the coziest games. I'm not sure this game is quite as cozy as some of the other games I play. Compared to, you know, Dwarf Romantic or something. This is a game about... switch the oxygen back on, Emma, you idiot. This is a game about shooting people in space. It's not that cozy. But thank you. I'm glad you appreciate my taste in games. Yeah, their oxygen is on fire. They're going to die without me even doing anything. I could shoot them, but I just want to see if the ship actually explodes by itself. Yes, says Harry, we're hypoxic and there are explosions. It's alright, the oxygen's back on now. I remembered. I can turn the medbay off now as well. I just want to see if the ship actually blows up. I don't think it's actually going to blow up on its own. But they're gonna run out of air because the oxygen's off. And they're not. Why are they not going to? Oh, I suppose they're not bothering to repair it because they know that they haven't. Their rookie mistake was not having a med bay. I suppose they've got a very small ship, so there's not really room. Are they not going to take damage? Because they've got no oxygen. I could just jump away and leave them, but no, you get rewards. Oh, achievement unlocked, victory through asphyxiation. Okay, well that answers that question. Not only can you, but there's even an achievement for it. Okay, and we still get the rewards from the ship. Okay, so there we are. We defeated a ship without having to destroy it. The ship is fine. The shields are working. Everything's fine. It's just the crew are all dead. Let me actually do some. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade. I was gonna upgrade shields, but I need powers. I need 50 for the shields, and I need to do at least one more power bar, preferably 2. I don't think I have quite enough scrap to do an upgrade yet. Right, possible ship or nebula. Let's go to here and then the nebula. Also, we did take quite a bit of damage in that fight. Such wholesome game, says minimum wage worker. Oh, this is a much bigger ship. With a medbay. Oh, hang on. The Mantis outcasts sometimes make the mistake of taking a Zoltan for easy game. A scout moves into attack while a boarding party beams aboard from a nearby transport. Good news. It's time for Alex to shine because the Mantis are better in combat. So let's send you in. You might need some backup from Raven though. Probably best to put as many people as we can in to defeat the boarders. Yeah, so they're going to try and fight us. The fighting animations in this game are a little bit like difficult to see, but yeah, we're all fighting each other now. I should probably preemptively power up the medbay, and we still need to fight the enemy ship while all this is going on. Still need to use our weapons. Even though the fight is happening in the weapons room, we can apparently still fire the weapons. Oops, Elfie is almost dead. Elfie, run away. Harry, please go in and take Elfie's place in the fight. Our doors are on fire. Our doors are on fire. Emergency. Go and put out the doors. Alex is almost dead. Run away. Hopefully we actually survive. This is the most difficult battle so far, definitely. We did manage to take their weapons out. Is the one saving grace, is we managed to take their weapons out. Let's actually shoot their shields and their weapons. I'm going really slowly because I don't want anyone to die. I realise we have spare crew members, but I still don't want anyone to die. Raven is about to die now. We need to get out of there. Elfie is probably skilled enough to get back in. We've almost got them. Yeah, okay, right. All of the boarders have been defeated. We're still blowing up their ship. We still have a door on fire. By the way, the doors system being on fire is actually quite problematic because you can't open or close any doors. while the doors system is damaged. So let's say hypothetically I had all the doors open to the vacuum and the doors got hit. I wouldn't be able to close them again. Which is a bad design if you think about it. There should be a fail-safe on that, really. Okay, you need to heal, you need to heal. You are healed. You need to heal. You need to go and fix the doors. Still need to keep fighting the ship. Yeah, don't forget that part. Okay. We did it. Phew! Right, Elfie is still damaged. Heal you. Yeah, so it basically there's another 6 sectors of this, except it's going to get even harder. And that's basically the game. Okay, let's go into the nebula for a bit. Oh, okay, nothing. Well, at least it's not a ship. Inside this nebula, you detect a rogue planet drifting through space. On its surface, a huge monolith visible. At this distance, even to the naked eye, a Zoltan Elder hails you from the planet. Through luck or intent, you have discovered the Great Eye. Look into its depths and receive your just desserts. Pull the ship in closer or leave. Minimum wage worker says mini-story missions and multi-sector scams to fall for. Yeah, I can't remember if this is one of those scams or not. What's the worst that could happen? As you approach, an ancient alien voice speaks to you. Your mission has brought you great battles and great losses. This will help ease the pain. A few minutes later, someone reports medical equipment has appeared on the ship. Healing burst. Wait, is this a healing weapon? Teleporting bomb. Ignores shields, requires missile. Damage 0. Wait, is this a troll? Does this weapon heal the enemy? Why would I want to heal the enemy? Can I target my own ship or something? Okay. Self-teleporting healing unit that instantly heals all friendly crew in the room can target your own ship. Okay, it's slightly less of a troll then. In fact, it would have been very useful in the previous fight. Okay. So yeah, you can heal your own crewmates if they're fighting someone, like we just were. Thank you for those emotes, Harry. That was the situation. I think I can afford another point of shields because I basically need to do this and then also get 2 more power bars, which is all of my scrap. But if I do that, then now I have 2 bubbles of shield. So a single hit doesn't take my shields down anymore. I have to get hit twice before I can start taking hull damage. That's going to be really useful. Okay, we have a distress beacon. We probably have time to go here and then the distress beacon. Let's do that. Oh, it's the automated ship repair people, and I don't have any scrap. Okay, well that was another wasted jump. Never mind. Go here. The distress signal is coming from a small space station orbiting an uninhabited planet. Their satellite defense system has gone haywire, and their repair crew can't approach without being fired on. They're looking for help to fix or disable it. Okay. Well, let's try and help. I feel like this might result in us being fired on. Simply fire on the defense system from a distance. You fire a few volleys from a distance, and it's clear the defense system is no match for your weapons. However, the station does not seem happy with your solution. You salvage what you can and jump before there's trouble. Yes, okay. The fact that it gave me multiple choices, but there was only one choice, makes me think that like if I had a certain weapon or something, I could have done something else. So often when you see a list of choices in this game, there can be other choices depending on having certain crew or a certain ship or certain weapons or whatever. Hello Ren! Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Spring Sankfoil as your flower of the day. Ren says hello here on lunch break. Yes, sorry Ren that we are on a Monday, not a Sunday today, and therefore you can't watch the whole stream. But I hope your day is going okay. We are playing this game today, and so far it's going pretty well. I think it could certainly be going worse. But famous last words and all that. Okay, the Resultants, but they ran away. There's not much happening in this sector, I'll be honest. A ship. Okay, something is about to happen. I will definitely watch the VOD for FDL goodness. Another fan of FDL, I'm glad to hear. A rebel ship hails. We did not fight a war to let a single Federation ship shatter our dreams of a better galaxy. He looks weapons. Well, that's too bad, because I'm about to explode all your stuff. So, yeah, this drone can't damage me while I have 2 shield bubbles, and the missiles can still damage me, because they can get through the shield. But at least I don't have to worry about this drone. So as long as their weapons stay damaged, they can't actually do anything. Right, you go and help. I'm afraid the one thing Alex is not good at being a mantis is repairing. Now on mid base, you can heal. They hit the. Stop hitting the med bay. It's alright, their weapons are down again. Let's see if I can take their shields out. Okay, weapons and shields are down. That should be more than enough. Alright, you win. Here's some equipment from our stores. Leave us alone. 3 missiles, 1 drone part, and 12 scrap. Or we will not accept surrender. Interesting. I'm curious how this differs from what you would get if you just let their ship explode. Let's remember this right. 3 missiles, 1 drone, and 12 scrap. What happens if we don't accept surrender? Assuming that we do actually manage to destroy their ship. I think their ship is going to destroy itself in a minute. Again. Actually no, last time it didn't destroy itself, they just ran out of oxygen. This time I think the ship is actually going to destroy itself. Yes, okay. Wait, that's more! Okay, that's interesting. So you get more stuff if you don't accept their surrender and just let their ship die anyway. I'm not sure what incentive you have to accept their surrender then, given that they're rebels who are trying to destroy the galaxy. Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Can I afford any more? Not quite. I think I should save up money for the next store, to be honest. Oh, the next store is right there. Okay, we're not going to have much. Let's go here first. It appears the distress beacon is coming from the service from nearby moon. Another go down to the surface. I'm worried that this is going to result in us losing crew members. What's the worst that could happen? You find a man living alone in a cave. From the appearance of his wrecked ship, it appears he's been here for many years. He looks healthy, but his mental state is questionable. Do we bring him back to our ship in the hopes of finding some help for him, or leave the madman to his ravings? It's not worth the risk. We could be getting yet another crew member here. Oh wow, we did. He seems to improve immensely upon getting back to the ship. It might take a while for him to truly be well again, but until then, he seems happy to serve as a member of your crew. Welcome aboard, Charlie. So, if anybody wants to name our latest crew member, there's a channel point redeemed to do that. Otherwise, I'll pick another viewer to name him after. Ren says, has anyone here played Space Alert? It's like a board game of FTL from 2008. No, I have not, Ren, but that does sound intriguing.
Hoban Washburn. He's a leaf on THW Wind.
Hoban Washburn. He's a leaf on the wind, says T-Bago. Thank you for your suggestion. Hoban Wash. Ah. Okay. That doesn't fit. He's gonna have to just be Hoban Washburn, I'm afraid. There we go. Or Hoban for short. Hello, Hoban. Hoban is another type of alien, actually. Hoban is Engi. It's unclear if the Engi are partly organic or entirely mechanical, but it's well known that they make exceptional engineers. Repair speed is doubled, combat damage inflicted is halved. So Engi are kind of the opposite of Mantis. Mantis have more combat damage but slower repair. So Engi are very helpful to have if stuff is being damaged. Let's park you in here. We kind of want you in the middle of the ship to quickly get to anything that's damaged. So let's park you there. And I suppose let's put Alex indoors just so that everywhere has someone in apart from oxygen. Putting someone in O2 doesn't actually do anything. Putting someone indoors does actually have an effect. See how the doors are currently orange, and when I put someone in here they turn grey. That actually means the doors are now reinforced. But yeah, putting someone in oxygen doesn't do anything. It's just if it gets damaged you have to fix it pretty quickly. Engi, my beloved. Yes, you're a fan of the Engi2 minimum wage worker. Okay, well we didn't get any scrap from that, unfortunately, so we still only have 38 at this next store. The Zoltan are fascinated by other species and have set up something of an alien knick-knack shop here. Why not take a look? Okay, well, we cannot afford a crew member, not without selling. I mean, we could sell our heal beam because we're probably never going to use it, but I feel like we have enough crew members to take down the boarding party without needing to heal. But what else is there? Okay, we can't afford any of those. Halberd beam, slow but reliably powerful standard beam weapon. Fire beam. This terrifying beam does no physical damage but ignites fires. That requires 2 power, that requires 3. Heavy laser. Okay, heavy laser is only one shot that does 2 damage. We've already got this, which is 3 shots that do 1 damage. I don't know. I can't afford the halberd beam. I could afford the fire beam. The problem with it doing no damage means it can't get through shields. And then we'd have to have like the burst laser as well. We could get rid of our missile launcher, I suppose. and just rely on our burst laser to take the shields down, and then this to... Albert Beam goes through shields, I think. Ignore my last comment. Right, no, it explains that below the thing, actually. For every shield bar on the enemy, a beam's damage is reduced by 1. For example, a 3 damage beam against 2 shield bars will cause 1 damage in every room it hits. Yeah, so this one would only do 1 damage if there was 1 shield, and if there was any more than 1 shield, it would do no damage. But this one, yeah, this fire beam does no hull damage, so it cannot pierce any amount of shields. I do like the idea of just setting the ship on fire. And then, the problem is, if you just set the ship on fire and wait for it to destroy itself, that takes a very long time compared to, you know, shooting at it. Which feels like a superior method of destroying ships. I don't know, I'm kind of in the mood for having a bit of fun, so maybe we'll try that. Let's sell our heal beam. I just think that's 2 power, and this is 2. Yeah, we'd need to buy a power point on weapons to be able to even power both of these things. Which is gonna be another 35. If we buy it now, we won't actually be able to afford to use it until we get some more scrap. The barbecue kestrel wagon, says minimum wage worker. That does appear to be what build I'm thinking about here. Yes, the barbecue wagon. Okay, let's have a bit of fun. If we lose, we can always play again. I'm not going to buy this one because we'd have to buy 2 more levels of weapon upgrade to use it. I'll buy this one. So you see, right now we can't power it. We only need 8 more scrap to be able to power it. I wish you could sell. Like, I have 5 completely useless drone parts because I have no drone system, but you can't sell drone parts. You can only buy them. You can sell weapons and augmentations, but you can't sell drone parts. Okay, well, let's hope we can defeat one enemy with just our burst laser, and then... oh wait, hang on. Whoops. We've made another mistake. The rebels have already reached the exit. Okay, we're going to have to fight the rebels for permission to enter the next sector. This is with only 1 weapon. This is not going well. Whoops. Yeah, you found the exit beacon, but the rebels got here first. Yeah, we've only got 1 weapon, and they've got 2 shields. We can technically defeat them, because if the first 2 shots take down the shields, the next one will do hull damage. Our run might actually end here. If I'd noticed that the rebels had reached the exit already, I probably wouldn't have made that purchasing decision. Oh yeah, the fleet's anti-ship batteries are targeting you. Like, if this ship wasn't enough, we're also being shot at by the rest of the fleet. Yeah, we might actually just be dead. Yeah, we might be super dead. Oh well, we can always restart. I assume we can still jump to the next sector even if we don't manage to take out this ship. Oops. Okay, they made a giant hole in the ship, but don't worry, there's nothing important in that room. We did lose more hull though, which is more of a problem. Yeah, this is not going well. As long as the cockpit and the engines are online, you should be able to run. You have lots of hull. I buy your optimism, minimum wage worker. Okay, we took out one of their shield points. No, but they brought it back before we were able to fire our weapon again. Right, let's run. Do we want NG controlled or NG controlled? Well, do we want NG controlled that gives us more options or NG controlled that gives us fewer options? Let's go for the one that gives us more options. Right, okay. We're alive. Our ship is half dead. But we're alive. We need to fix a few holes in the ship. I think from a game sense perspective, NG controlled sector is to play there. Yes, thank you, Wage Worker. Raven says, I'm home. Did you purchase a new laptop? And if so, congratulations. Also, Raven, you're in this game, by the way. I don't know if you saw. We got so many new crewmates, I started naming them after viewers. So look, Raven, you are in the game. And you have... Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, your crewmates can level up their skills. Each crewmate has skills in different rooms, and then repair and combat. So our pilot is piloting skill, our engine room guy has engine skill, Elfie has weapon skill, Anda has shield skill. We haven't been doing much fighting. I'm surprised Alex doesn't have combat skill. Why does no one have any combat skill? We definitely killed some mantises. Oh wow, okay. Apparently Harry, maybe you only get XP for the killing blow. Apparently Harry killed all of the that boarding party. But yes, do let us know if you got a new laptop, Raven. And hopefully we get a store relatively soon and I can repair / upgrade my ship. Because it's half dead. And yeah, we've got... Okay, this turned out to be a really bad decision. Yeah, they're powering up their FTL. I suspect they're going to get away because it's going to take us so long to take their... the oxygen is on fire. That's not generally considered to be good. The good news is the damage to the weapons system actually didn't do anything because we still can't. We can still only use the one weapon. Yeah, next time I will remember to not upgrade weapons I can't actually afford to use. You're saying all the things I don't want to say when I open my laptop box, says Raven. Oh no. They're about to jump away. You know what? That's actually a good thing because we're about to die. Okay. Yeah. Well, the good news is we're not dead. The bad news is I think the fleet comes after us faster now. Okay, there is a store. Right, so I have a choice. I can fight another ship to try and get more scrap to afford the weapon upgrade. Otherwise, when I get to the store, I'd have to sell my long-range scanners, I think. This is risky, but I'm hoping this is a slightly easier ship. Oh, for God's sake. Why can it not just be some random automated drone or something? Why does it have to be these guys? Okay, we probably are dead. Actually, yeah, we're definitely dead because these guys aren't running. If these guys were running, we'd be alright because they would run away eventually. But they're not running. Also, we keep missing. It would really help if we didn't keep missing our weapons. Healthy. Oh, yeah, leveling up weapons doesn't even improve the accuracy of your weapons, it just makes them charge faster. Yeah. The biggest problem right now is that we keep missing. Okay, but then see, we did 1 point of damage, and then all 4, actually no, there's 5 crew. 4 of the 5 crew immediately start repairing the shields. But the thing is, their ship is so much more compact than mine. Like, if my shields break, people have to walk from one end of the ship to the other to fix them, whereas these guys, all their rooms are right next to each other. Why couldn't you put the engines here and the O2 here instead of having them so spread out? Just bad ship design. This is never going to work, is it? Okay, we did 1 point of damage. Which, I think right now, hang on, right now we have 10 hit points and the opponent has 9. Who do you think's gonna die first? Ow. Okay, now we also have 9. Okay, they have 8. But they have, oh, these are repair, oh, that's why they're repairing so fast. These are actually repair drones, I didn't realise that. Okay, they have 7 hit points. They repair instantly there. Raven says, hello Emma, hello Harry, Jello, ooh. Jello to you too. Oh, stop missing. The problem with them having 2 shields is we have to hit all 3 shots to even do any damage. I mean, to be fair, they have to hit all their shots to do any damage to us as well. But yeah, this is not the sort of battle you want to be in. You want to outclass the enemy ships, not be evenly matched with them. If we hit this guy anymore, we might actually kill him. Oh yeah, they've got no med bay. We might be able to kill the guy on weapons. That would slow their weapons down a bit. Right, we're on 6 hit points, they're on 4. Oh, thank you for using the Discord button. Oh, and thank you for joining the Discord. Raven, just give me 1 second here. I will give you the role in the Discord so that you can see our chat channels. And I'll give you the Space Enthusiast role, since that's the game you found with them. There we go. Okay, Raven, you should be able to see the chat channels now. Thank you so much for joining the Discord. Let's try not to die. Right, I'm going to accept their offer of surrender because it means I don't have to fight them for however much longer. Okay. We can afford to do this, which means we have to partially depower the engine, but we can afford to bring this online. Oh wow, the good news is that fight went on so long that Harry has now leveled up engines twice. See, the little icon above the system tells you that somebody is manning it. The shields one and hasn't quite leveled up yet. Weapons has 1 star and the person is green. meaning that Elfie has leveled up once. Harry is gold and has 2 stars. We have a master engine person, which is actually good. That increases our evasion, which means it's less likely that we get shot. We're not going to be able to... Okay, 2 stores, interesting. We're not going to be able to fix much, much damage though. We can afford to fix 3 points of hull damage. Do I sell the long-range scanners in exchange for 8 more hit points? What are the other things? I mean, I can't afford them, I'm just curious. Automated reloader. Cooldown between weapon shots is improved by 10%. Seems good. Scrap recovery arm. Ooh, allows the ship to collect 10% more scrap from any source. This is the sort of upgrade that you want to get, like, at the start of Sector 1, and then it just snowballs throughout your entire run. That's what that is, because it's 10% more for the whole run. This is what spacefarers call we might be in a space pickle. Yeah, I'm going to sell my long-range scanners in exchange for maybe not dying quite as fast, which is a shame. But hey, we have 2 functioning weapons now, so the situation might improve. We can't run full engines and all our weapons. Unless of course, we can always fight with the oxygen disabled in order to use our engines at full power. This is a really badly designed ship. Like, compared to any other space video game you play, like, when did anyone ever say, okay, well, if you want to run our engines at full speed, we've got to turn off the life support? Okay, let's just get everyone healed. Right, now we can't even see where there are ships, although this says distress, so there's almost certainly a ship there. Eltivago says to Harry, you don't happen to be a Scottish miracle worker by any chance. And oh, Raven is waving back into Discord. Hello, Raven. Hello. Always good to have new faces. Raven, there's a channel in my Discord where I post stream updates, but also I tend to post flowers in the chat when I have been out doing botany, which I have not been doing lately because I've been on holiday, but I did post some photos of that. Okay, let's go to the distress. Hopefully they give us scrap. Then we can go to that other store and use the scrap to repair our... oh, right. Use our last FDL fuel to get to this station. Integrate a burnt out husk of debris and warp metal. As you can see, the war must have spread to this sector. We've been stranded ever since. Okay, so we give them 4 fuel. And hope something good happens. I mean, we can probably spare the fuel. Thank you. Here, have this extra scrap as payment. Okay, that is good news. Okay, it was very close, but I think we might just be barely surviving this, which I didn't think we'd do a moment ago. I am going to buy another power bar with most of this scrap so that we can fully power our engine again. Then I'm going to go to this store. Yeah, I mean, obviously, no point me buying drones. I'm going to fix as much hull as I can. The remaining scrap. We are back up into the green. Panic more or less over. Okay, now we just need to stay ahead of the rebel fleet. Could be tricky. Your sensors have picked up a refugee ship drifting through the system, no doubt one of many fleeing the rebel advance. It doesn't appear to have detected you, or else it is trying to avoid notice. Let's hail them. Whoops. As you hail the refugee ship, a pirate ship jumps into the system. It was using the refugee ship as bait. Whoops. Elfie! Thank you so much. No, not Elfie. Ellis! I do apologise. I saw L and I was like, Ellis! Sorry. thank you so much for resubscribing for 3 months, and welcome in, and I hope you're well. And don't forget to redeem your flower of the day if you would like one. Minimum wage worker says, hold your breath, yeah, we need to be dodging enemy lasers. Kestrel captain. Yes, the captain is the guy that you named minimum wage worker. Oh, actually, yeah, you can't see because I put my face cam over the subsystems. Our pilot has also leveled up twice. They have the little gold stars above their head. So that prolonged fight with the rebels actually helped in a way because it leveled up our crew. We didn't hit enough times with the weapons to actually level up our weapons. Ellis, thank you for giving me white camping as your flower today, and thank you again for that song. We are so back, says Harry. Well, now you've said that, of course. Right, let's see how effective our fire beam can be. So we do need to take down their shields before the fire beam will do anything. And of course, it had to be a Zoltan ship. So they have extra shields, which is not good news for us. So our first few hits are actually just going to deplete this green shield bar. They won't even touch the main shield. The good news is they also missed us. Right, and then so next time we should be able to penetrate their shields completely. And when we do that, we need to have the fire beam ready to set their ship on fire. Or we could miss their shields entirely. That's also an option. They've also ionized this. I remember this thing now. I'd forgotten about it. There are these things called ion weapons, which is this blue thing they've got here. It doesn't damage your systems, it just turns them off, which is almost as bad. So our shields are currently turned off, or one of our shields is turned off. One reason it's good to have two. Okay, their shields are down, but only for a split second, then they recharge. So now we need to hit with our fire beam. So beam weapons, you like... The beam weapons are really cool. You draw a line across the ship where you want to fire it. And there's like... You can hit... you want to try and like angle it just so it hits the rooms you want to hit. And I think you can hit 5 rooms on these ships if you do it right. Yeah, that hits 5. There we go. Okay. Their ship is on fire. Obviously, we need to keep attacking. Right, our ship is also on fire. Actually, yeah, now our fire beam is offline because of the fire damage to the... don't really want a Mantis to be repairing stuff. Okay, so we don't get to see the state of the fire in our... yeah, things are going badly here. Harry, don't die. The problem is, while the engines are off, our evasion is 0 because our ship can't move, which is a problem. I'm a bit concerned about... Oh, hang on. No, we can't open and shut doors because our doors are off. I'm concerned about how much damage we're taking. Yeah, turns out this strategy is not actually that great because they've put out their fire now. Meanwhile, we're still dealing with the aftermath of our previous issues. help to bring the doors back online. Let's see if we can. Put these guys on fire again, and if we put someone in. Oh, for God's sake! I was about to say if we put someone in sensors, we might actually be able to see if the fire is doing anything. But no, medbay just exploded. Exactly, Harry. Exactly. Are the Zoltan by any chance a race of Hawkmen? I don't know. I think the Zoltan are... if I had a Zoltan crew member, I'd get a backstory for them. Okay, right, good news is their ship is heavily on fire. Bad news is our ship is also heavily on fire. Alex is about to die, and they can't heal because the medbay is on fire. Okay, but the other ship is dead. Right, okay. I mean, technically that's a victory, but we took a lot of damage. And our crew are all half dead. We're not going to survive 8 sectors with this build. We're just not. It's fun, but we're not going to survive 8 sectors. Okay, heal everyone. No, you took damage as well. Okay, everyone's healed. Unfortunately, there is no way to fix the hull in space. You have to go to a store to do it. And all the stores are now under the control of the rebel fleet, so we can't do that. I mean, we could just start ignoring these events for the sake of an easier time, but also less scrap, which means fewer upgrades, which means the next battles, which are going to be even harder. Like, the game can quickly... the difficulty curve can get out of control if you don't keep taking battles and getting scrap to compete with it. What at first seems to be a simple nebula is actually filled with a good amount of debris from a brutal exchange between several ships. Wreckage drifts by your screens and tumbles into the depths of the nebula to be lost to sight. It's hard to determine who the combatants were without closer investigation. What the hell, let's investigate the battlefield. Right, well that was pretty boring outcome. That's a ship. At first, it appears you've arrived in an empty system, but a ship appears from behind a planet and hails you. Haha! I am the dread pirate Tuco, prepare to die. Okay, I am prepared to die. I hope you are too. Is it more efficient to... I'm just wondering... If I fire my laser immediately... The fire beam takes longer to charge than the laser. This little meter on the left here, is it charging? So the laser is done now, but the fire beam is still waiting. If I fire the burst laser now, I have to wait for it to charge again before I can fire the fire beam. I think it's more efficient to actually... wait until the fire beam is ready. And then fire them both. Okay, how many rooms can I hit here? Probably only 4. Okay, everything is on fire, which is a good sign. Okay, hopefully that's enough. Actually, I wonder if we can... I wonder if we can kill the crew again. Yeah, we might be able to asphyxiate the crew. It depends who's going to die first, the crew or the ship. They're not in a good spot. Hello, Kaiser Podge. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Don't forget to redeem your flower if you would like one. We are currently fighting a ship, and by fighting I mean we're sitting here while it burns. With the crew dead, you're able to take the fuel to storage. You also take all the scrap you can manage. If I'm remembering correctly, I think you actually get higher scrap rewards if the ship stays intact and you let it... If you defeat the crew but the ship stays intact. Because I think you can also do that by boarding the ship, but you have to buy a boarding thingy to do that. So I think this is actually like... yeah, thank you for confirming that, minimum wage worker. I think this is like the optimal way to fight, because you get more scrap. But it's also a lot slower. Okay, oh, there's another store. Right, is that store... I think they're just barely going to be getting to that store next turn, so we can't go there and come back hoping for more stuff. We'll just have to go to the store now. The good news is we should be able to fully heal. An energy ship hails. Engine upgrade necessary for travel home. Sale of equipment necessary for engine upgrade. Better rewards if the ship doesn't blow up. Ah, Kaiser Podge is also familiar with this game. I'm glad to see so many FDL fans joining us today. As I say, I know there are space game fans in my community, but when I say space game, I'm mostly thinking of Mass Effect, which is a very different game to this one. Ellis, thank you for being cute. Okay, drone control or cloaking. Cloaking is really good because the enemy can't hit you, but it's also really expensive. Recovery arm, I think, I don't know, it's probably still good at this point in the game. Like, we're only on Sector 3, aren't we? This, I don't really... Most of the time they're not trying to jump away anyway. Protect your ship from ion damage. We have... I don't want to buy any more weapons because we're struggling to use the two we've got as it is. I'm not going to buy drones without drone control. I definitely want to... I can't afford drone control because I definitely want to heal. I'm wondering if the scrap recovery arm is worth it. I'm going to try it. And then... as much as we can. Right, we're pretty much back up to full. But yeah, I was rather hoping we would have upgraded the ship a bit more by now. So yeah, okay. I think. Ooh, can we get one more? Can we get one more jump before we exit? Yes, I am using a tape measure on my screen. Why do you ask? Okay, they jump 19 millimeters each time. So, okay. According to my tape measuring, they are going to reach the exit on the next jump. I think the game should show you like where they're going to go next. Like, it's not obvious if you're going to be able to go one more jump and then exit. It's not obvious, is it? I don't think it's going to be safe, but I'm going to be disappointed if it turns out it was. Preliminary calculation done. You come across an asteroid mining colony. They message you immediately saying, "Greetings, our supplies of mining explosives have run out ever since the rebels blockaded the system. Do you have any extra explosives?" As a matter of fact, I do, because I don't have a missile launcher anymore. So you might as well have these. Thank you for the scrap. Okay, would I have been able to... I think they would have got there. I think they would have got there, but it's right on the line. Right on the line. Okay, I'm I'm not going to upgrade anything yet, but I would like to very soon. Made it to Sector 4. Do we want Rock or do we want Mantis? If I remember correctly, I think the Mantis tend to like boarding your ship. We do have a lot of crew members, which is good against boarding. Sadly, we sold our heal bomb. If we still had our heal bomb, then this would be really good. Like a pixel away. It was very close, yes. Rock are another type of alien. I can't remember what they do. I think they're just like really strong. But they have extra HP. Rock are also boarders, are they? Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that because I'd forgotten. Okay, so do I want to be boarded by enemies that hit really hard, or do I want to be boarded by enemies with lots of HP? That's basically my choice here. I mean, we survived a Mantis boarding attempt before, didn't we? I'll go to Mantis, but I think they're both bad choice. Yeah, exactly. Boarded by tanks or assault medieval rams. Let's go to Mantis and possibly regret that decision. You've entered a poorly charted area of space that's known to be home to the Mantis. Ensure your hull plating is up to scratch and that you have enough fuel in the tank to make it through. We're quite low on fuel. Okay, no point going to a store yet. If I go up here, that's literally a dead end. I can't carry on to here, so that seems pointless. So let's go this way instead. A sun. Just what I wanted. My ship to be on fire. Who knows why the Mantis would venture so close to a sun? Perhaps it makes for more of a challenge. Okay, one of them is in fact boarding. They are boarding indoors. I thought we had someone on doors. Whose job was it to be on doors? I think I forgot to put anyone on doors. Okay, Alex and Engie are weaker at fighting, so there's no point. You go into sensors actually. Unfortunately, we can only hit 2. If you're in a room with 4 squares, you can put 4 people in a room, and then all 4 of them can attack. If it's 2 squares, you can only put 2 people in the room, and then only 2 people can attack. But that should be good enough. And then let's let both our weapons charge. And we're going to need to power the med bay. Let me temporarily unpower O2. No, okay, never mind. Doors are now on fire. Under normal circumstances, I would just run the crew away and then open the doors to the vacuum to put the fire out. But I can't open the doors because the doors are on fire. Silly game. Okay, you're half damaged still, so I need to send you in to put the fire out. Okay, let's see if I can get some fire going here. I think I can hit... can I hit 5 rooms? Okay, yes, I can hit 5 rooms. Never mind. I didn't manage to hit five rooms because I timed it a bit wrong. The shields came back on before I'd finished. Before my fire beam had finished. Right, hang on, okay. Our shields are on fire as well. Another Mantis ship. fighting this guy whilst also being in a solar flare is actually a big problem. I mean, the good news is the solar flare has set the enemy's ship on fire as well. This fire here, that wasn't me, that was the solar flare. In fact, the solar flare is doing a better job of things than I am. Right, one more good hit, and they should be dead. I'm going to target these rooms because they're the rooms with people in them. Right, now that the doors are repaired, I'm going to vent the shields to put that fire out. No, you need to stay here. You need to go in there. You need to go in there. Why are you walking through the room that's on fire? That's a bad idea. Okay, well, the good news is their ship is definitely going to die. The bad news is possibly our ship is as well. We just have to see who dies first, really. Yeah, our shields are actually dead now, but the fire is out, so you can start repairing it. No, now the pilot is on. Yeah, fighting by a solar flare is just a miserable time. It really is. Right, we need someone on sensors so I can see what's going on in the enemy ship. Okay, good news is the enemy ship is still very much on fire. Let's do a bit more fire. Would venting the whole ship but one room be a protection against them boarding your ship? Under normal circumstances, Ellis, yes. It would also be a protection against all these fires that keep starting. The problem is that if the doors get hit, which they have done twice now, you can't shut them again until you fix them. So if the doors are one of the rooms that you vented, they're now vented forever until you manage to fix them. So it's a bit of a risky strategy, I think. Right, we can have two shield things again. I think we should. I mean, I think they're dead. I don't know. I know it seems morbid. I want to leave them to die rather than killing them because I get more scrap. But that means more solar flares are going to happen. Also, yeah, you need to be indoors. If you're indoors, the doors are reinforced. I think reinforced doors makes it harder for fire to get through, but I might be making that up. Okay, one of them is dead. It's just annoying we have to sit through all these solar flares. Right, we can probably like start healing people and stuff there. We just chill here, waiting for the enemy to give up. Okay, which room is going to explode this time? Oops, I accidentally reset my crew positions. That's not what I meant to do. You go there. You go there. You there. You there. Okay, that's fine. We can just vent that way. Oh, they still have a med bay. That's the problem. So, on the one hand, the ship is going to die if I shoot it again. On the other hand, they have a med bay. Are they stuck in an infinite loop now of Oh no, they repaired the oxygen. Okay, no, never mind. We do actually have to shoot them again. I'm not sure we can actually kill them. See, they're just gonna keep healing and then repairing the O2. But the oxygen's gone completely from the med bay. Oh no, but it's back. Damn. Okay. Okay, yeah, never mind. That was all a waste of time because we just blew them up trying to... right, let's get out of here before more solar flares show up. If we go here and then store, maybe? Ooh, we have... Never mind, we have requests from people. Intruders on board. Thank you for the redeems, T-Bago. I'll just quickly deal with these intruders and then we'll take a little break. That's a lot of intruders. We could try the
Scorpion fetched
starve
bastard
them
Senna,
with oxygen
Coronilla
stuff.
Valentina.
Okay. Turns out starving them with oxygen doesn't work very well because they break the door down before the room gets depleted of oxygen. We're going to need backup for this fight. Be very careful not to let anyone die. I think we might even have to use our NG even though they're rubbish at fighting. So it's probably not very clear on the screen what I'm doing. I'm trying to shuffle everyone around so nobody dies. Alex almost died there, which would have been a shame. Okay. Now we have to heal everyone, which means rotating everyone in and out of the med bay. This part of the game is a little bit tedious. It would be nice if you could just press a button that says, okay, we're not in any danger right now, so let's just say all the crew members are healed. But no, you do actually have to take them all in and out of the medbay. Right, we didn't even get any reward for that. It was just people boarded our ship from somewhere. We don't know where they came from. Oh, I've messed up my safe positions again, haven't I? This button here puts your crew back where they were, but only if you correctly saved where they were. You were there, you were in sensors, you were on doors. Right, save current crew positions. Emma writes her own music for stream, but there may be an inspiration. And Minimum Wage Worker asks, where is the read from a botany book redeem sound effects taken from? I think I recognise it. Which one was that? Oh, that one. Well, it's... it is taken from something else.
Scorpion vetch, bastard Senna, Coronilla Valentina.
It's the first four notes of Ophelia, which is a piece of music I wrote for Ophelia. And I use it as stream start music sometimes. I didn't realise it sounded like sound effects in Starbound. I've never played Starbound. Yeah, so it is from something, but it's from something I made. I do have another effect that is from a game. I have one that's from Planet of Lana. The one that goes do 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 do. That one. That's from Planet of Lana. Anyway, let's. Yeah, that one. Sorry, Harry. I didn't require you to spend money to demonstrate it, but yes, that one. That sound effect is not original to me. It is from Planet of Lana, but all of my other sounds are original compositions of mine. Anyway, Shrubby Scorpion Vetch, and T-Bagger wanted me to drink water as well, which is a very good idea because it is still, it's not quite as melty as it was at the weekend, but it's still very hot. I already drunk all my water, so back in 1 second. Caution, this Emma is reversing. Water has been drunk. Stretch. So, we are taking a short break, but don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. When I am not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist in real life, and I like to share that with my viewers. For 1,000 channel points, you can name any British wildflower, and I will do my best to talk about it. Eltibago has named Shrubby Scorpion Vetch, also known as Scorpion Vetch or Bastard Senna. And I feel like Eltibago has chosen that plant entirely because it's also known as Bastard Senna. But I'm not familiar with it. Oh. So, I'm going to look it up first of all to see what on earth it is that you've requested. Shrubby Scorpion Vetch. Coronilla Valentina is the Latin name. Ooh, this is actually really pretty. Okay, let me get a good picture. It reminds me very much of Bird's Foot Trefoil. I get some pictures up here. Ignore the half an FDL you can still see. That's a close-up of the flower of Shrubby Scorpion Vetch. Just for comparison, here's the flower of Greater Bird's Foot Trefoil. You see why I thought there was a similarity, especially since they're not the same family. Bird's Foot Trefoil is actually in the Lotus family, whereas this is a Coronilla family. But yeah, that's what it reminds me of. But this one on the left is the plant that we're talking about today. And let me find a picture to show you the whole plant because we should get a bit more context. So, as its name suggests, it's a shrub. The difference between a shrub and a herb is a herb, the plant grows and at the end of the year it dies back completely into the ground. Nothing is left above ground and it grows the next year. a shrub has some woody branches that remain above ground all year round. And so it grows a structure. The leaves might die, but then the structure remains and is grown from the next year. So trees are a type of shrub, botanically speaking. Shrubs tend to be big and have lots of flowers. And I'm trying to find a good photo. Everybody loves taking close-ups of flowers. Take the whole plant for once. Okay, this one's not too bad. That gives you an idea of it as a shrub. El Tibago is giving side eye at the idea that he requested this purely because it's got bastard in the name. I'm just going to go and get my botany book to do a bit of reading about this plant. Let us consult the best book. Coronilla, wasn't it? Coronilla. It's not in the book. That was anticlimactic. Good news is it is available online. It's a you buy the book, you spend £100 on the book, and it doesn't even have all the plants in. It's in the index, but next to its entry in the index, it just says online. Well, thanks. I could have gone to the free online plant atlas without having to. Okay. Coronilla valentina. Shrubby scorpion vetch. It tends to be the more obscure ones that they put online. So this plant is very rare and it's not native to the UK. It's a garden escape. If something's both a garden escape and rare, they tend to be not of much interest to British botanists. We care about native species. We especially care about rare native species because we want to protect them. And we care about invasive non-native species, ones that escape and then spread everywhere because they threaten our natural wildlife. If something escapes and then just doesn't do anything, we're not that bothered. Anyway, shrubby scorpion vetch, an evergreen shrub which is grown in gardens and is naturalised on woodland rides, hedge banks, sea cliffs and promenades. A neophyte in Britain. Neophyte just means it was introduced to this country within the last 500 years. Yes. You'll be pleased to know my views on human immigration are a lot more progressive than my views on plant immigration, which is you're not a native unless you've been here since the Bronze Age. That's how it's classified. If it arrived before the Bronze Age, it's considered native. Between Bronze Age and 500 years ago, it's called an archaeophyte, and since then it's called a neophyte. This plant was grown in gardens in Britain by 1596 and is still a common plant. It was first recorded in the wild in 1949 in South Devon and is now well naturalised on the cliffs around Torbay. It's native to the Mediterranean, so within the UK it's going to prefer the south coast of Devon and Cornwall in the southwest. Because that's the closest thing we have to a Mediterranean, that's our warmest coast. In particular, Torbay is very well sheltered. If I bring up the map here, you can see where it's found. The prevailing weather in Britain and Ireland comes from the southwest. So you've got wind and rain coming up here from the southwest, and Cornwall, the Welsh coast, northwest England, northern Scotland and Western Ireland. They all get the brunt of the weather, and although Torbay is in the southwest, it is sheltered because it's on the east coast of the southwest. So it's warm because of its latitude, but it also is relatively sheltered because this area here is Dartmoor, which is quite high ground. So it makes perfect sense that that's where it's found. Looks like it's not quite in North Somerset, just barely outside. So no surprise that I'm not familiar with it myself, but maybe one day it will escape from someone's garden. I don't know if that counts as me beating the book. Somewhat, yes. It was in the book, but it said it was online. You have previously given me plants that weren't even on the online atlas. But that was because it was a hawkweed microspecies, and this doesn't list every microspecies. Even then, I was able to find a bit about it in Stacey's Flora. Stacey's Flora includes every plant that has ever been recorded in Britain and Ireland. So the only way to beat that book would be to illegally import a plant that doesn't grow here yet and then release it into the wild, which please don't do that. Looks like some recent records in Western. Oh, okay. Is it newly arrived in North Somerset? Let me have a look at that. Coronilla valentina. Thingy. You are quite right, Tibago. Okay, here's the most up-to-date database. And indeed, it has been recorded just outside Weston-super-Mare. Okay, I stand corrected. It is in North Somerset, and also still in the Torbay area, as previously mentioned. Raven says, I'm back. Welcome back, Raven. You're just in time to appreciate shrubby scorpion vetch. I don't know if anyone is going to explain to me how it got the name Bastard Senna. Let's look up Wikipedia's entry. The shrubby scorpion vetch, or Bastard Senna, is a species of flowering plant native to the Mediterranean. Okay, so if you go up enough steps up the tree, it is in the same family as Birdsfoot trefoil and vetches eventually. Looks like one of its closer relatives is gorse, which makes sense. Gorse is also a big shrub with bright yellow flowers. Gorse, very spiky leaves. This looks like more rounded leaves. It prefers Mediterranean conditions with shelter and warm sunshine. It has been introduced into Kenya and the United States, according to Wikipedia. Obviously, it's also been introduced to the UK. Linnaeus observed that the flowers are remarkably fragrant in the daytime, but almost scentless at night. Okay, nobody's explaining why it's called Bastard Senna, though, so... That question may go unanswered. But thank you, Altibago, for the request. Raven says, I'm back. My neighbour might know. Can you send me the name in Discord or Whisper? Oh, I'll post it in chat again. This is the common name of it, and this is the Latin name. But it looks like Altibago has in fact answered the question already. Thank you for looking that up. The name Bastard Senna originates from the plant's resemblance to true senna and its classification as a related but distinct species. Interesting. Okay, that immediately makes me want to look at the comparison. Now, I can't just Google senna, that gets you Ayrton Senna. Senna the plant. Okay, it's it's kind of similar. It's actually not that similar, if I'm honest. This is what normal, regular, non-Bastard Senna looks like on the left here. Yeah, it's got yellow flowers, but they're very pointy, and the leaves for this one are kind of small, fat oval shapes. These ones are very long, thin ovals. Looks like they're bigger as well. But those are the two plants, known as senna or bastard senna. Raven says, my neighbour might know she's a landscape architect and she really loves more unusual gardens and stuff. That's fascinating, Raven. Yes, I'm very much more on the side of botany rather than gardening. I do have a garden and I have a few plants in there, but it's certainly nothing special. And my interest is always in the interesting wildflowers. But I can appreciate a pretty garden flower just as much as everyone. Hello, Best Rat. Welcome in. Ratmo says, I thought it was mustard from the Twitch thumbnail. Mustard looks very similar. Big plant with lots of yellow flowers. But yes, we've just been learning about the one on the right, which is called Shrubby Scorpion Vetch, but is also known as Bastard Senna. And the one on the left is called True Senna. And that's, yeah, they're apparently similar. But this was the one today. This is the close-up of its flower. Ratmost, I hope you are having a good day. Don't forget to redeem your flower of the day if you would like one. We are playing FTL Faster Than Light today, Ratmost. I don't know if you're familiar with that game, but you caught us just in time to see the botany. Raven says, I don't know the words, might be natural gardens, like cultivated but different. Okay, so having a garden but trying to grow wild things. That's definitely a thing that happens and is very admirable when people do that. So yes, I understand what you mean, Raven. Right, I might have missed some chat. Oh, sorry, I missed minimum wage worker saying track down. Okay, there is a very similar part in the Starbound song of Starbound OST. Okay, I appear to have accidentally replicated Starbound while composing the Ophelia music. Which is interesting because I intentionally threw a bunch of video game references into that music. But they were all games that Ophelia has streamed, and I don't think she streamed Starbound. So, if she ever does stream Starbound, then it will work out because the music will already have a reference to it. That was completely unintentional. I'll have to listen to that at some point. You're free to share a link if you like. I probably won't listen to it on stream. I'll go back to FTL now, but I'll check it out later for sure. Ratmo says, I played a little bit of FTL a long time ago. I remember the OST being lovely and peaceful. It is. The oh, okay. That's weird. I thought links were allowed. Apparently they're not. Sorry about that. Maybe the settings got changed at some point. But Ratmost, you are quite correct. The OST in this game is amazing. One of my all-time favourites. One of the few games I actually bought the OST separately for. Speaking of which, there's the music back. And I'll just quickly put the books away. They weren't much help today. And then, don't forget the Blowhigh redeem. That's quite right, yes. Ellis, you did redeem Blowhigh. That's very true. I was going to say then let's get back to the game, but let's first acquire a Blowhigh. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly and we love him. Boop. And he will help us fight the space invaders. Thank you for posting the link, T-Bagger. Yes, anyone feel free to listen to that. I assure you I did not plagiarize the Ophelia music, at least not intentionally. I mean, in the actual Ophelia music, it's different because it's string instruments playing the first chord, and a harp playing the next three, whereas in the Sound Alert it's piano. So if it's Starbounder's piano, then I didn't plagiarize it because I did it the orchestral version first. Space sharks are especially cunning, says Kaiserbot. Are you especially cunning, Blowhigh? Matcha, hello Matcha, best catcher. Thank you for redeeming Common Century as your flower of the day. I hope you are well. And hello Rooney, best Rooney. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to redeem your flower if you would like one. Let me give Rooney a quick Roonable hug. Roonable hug. Look at Rooney. Look, if you're not convinced to sub to Rooney by this emote, then I don't know what will convince you. Look how cute that emote is. Let me sit big. Everyone can see it. Look at that. The best emote ever. Okay, back to the game. So we just defeated some borders, and yeah, okay, if we go here, we can't get back to the store without going around like that, so we do have to go to the store now, I think. A struggling Mantis cargo ship headed for the node raises what's left of shields as you jump in. You power up your weapons as a show of force, and they reluctantly agree to offload some of their cargo to you for a price. Okay, the Mantis slightly less willing to trade than the NG were then. Let us continue. It is cute. Ooh, we have a change background colour request from Matcha Capture. Purple. We had purple yesterday, but that's okay, we can have purple again. Purple it is. Sometimes music do be like that. Gorse is evil. Oh, Rooney's flower. Rooney has received Gorse. Gorse is fairly evil if you're trying to walk through it. That is for sure. It does have lovely flowers though. In fact, it's a close relative of shrubby scorpion vetch that we were just talking about. But much spikier. I personally quite like Gorse as long as I don't have to walk through it. Fun fact about Gorse. On hot days, the seed pods pop. I actually heard that one sunny day that I had when I was on holiday, there was a lot of gorse near the campsite and I could hear it popping the whole time. It was quite funny. What is this spaceship game, says Matcha Catcher. This is a game called FTL Faster Than Light. It released in 2012. I played it on release and haven't really been back to it since, but the mechanics and the strategy are coming back to me quite nicely and I'm definitely having a good time. We already very nearly died because I did a rather risky strategy of buying a weapon I couldn't actually use yet. But it's mostly working out. We've made it to this store. Scrap recovery. Can I buy... Does scrap recovery arms stack? Can I have 2? Because that's quite fun. Stealth weapons. Prevents your weapon fire from disrupting your cloak, allowing you to shoot at will while cloaked. That would be great if I had cloaking, but I don't. Shield charge is kind of useful. I definitely don't want to sell anything. I'm just wondering if scrap recovery arm actually stacks, or if buying 2 of them is a complete waste. Thank you, Ratmost, for redeeming Spanish Bluebell as your flower of the day. Ratmost says Spanish Bluebells are pretty. They are. The only thing I don't like about them is they can outcompete English Bluebells. Or I should say British Bluebells. They're not exclusive to England. And I do really like British Bluebells. Bluebell woods are one of the most special things we have here, I think. So I dislike when people plant Spanish Bluebells in their garden for that reason, but they're still nice. Like, Spanish Bluebells in Spain, I would have no problem with. Rooney is another person who has played FTL before, says FTL is fun. Been a while since I played. Ratmo says gorse looks a lot like Scotch broom. Yes, so broom is another plant in the same family as gorse, also related to shrubby scorpion vetch. Broom is a bit rarer than gorse in the UK. It's also not nearly as spiky. So it's definitely, out of the 2, I would prefer to encounter broom blocking a path, but gorse is much, much more common. But yes, they are very closely related plants. Okay, what am I going to do? I can afford to fix 3 points of hull and still buy one of these. Let's do that. I don't imminently need more fuel or anything. And I don't care about missiles because I don't have a missile launcher anymore. I'm going to take another scrap recovery arm and hope they stack. Because this is kind of useless, and this is... I mean, I can boost the shield recharge rate by... Yeah, I've already got 20% faster recharge from this, and when I level it up again, it will be even faster. So that will kind of cancel that out. Ratmo says, I know what you mean. We have a lovely creeping native ground cover plant, and people still insist on planting ivies. Yes, at least English ivy is, well, obviously by its name, is native here as a ground cover plant, so that's not so bad. I didn't realise gorse was thorny, says Ratmost. LT Bago says, pretty much every hill in Wales is covered with the evil spikes of gorse. Yes, we have a fair bit of gorse in the Mendips too. Not quite every hill, but certainly a lot of it. The worst for gorse that I remember was bits of coast path that I walked. It's especially annoying if you're on the edge of a cliff and you have gorse in front of you. You have gorse inland of you, and then there's a cliff. So you've got no choice but to try and find a way through the gorse. Anyway, we have exactly one place that we can go, so let's go there. And it's a fight. A small rebel ship is docked at a small station. You try to lay low, but it spots you. Power up the weapon. I think I should do the thing again where I wait for my fire beam to be fully charged, even though it allows the enemy to get 1 round of shots off at me. Okay, that's actually not too bad. They didn't hit anything important. Okay, so I need to be accurate with how I pause the game, because the minute the 2 shield bubbles go down, I need the fire beam to fire. There, and then try and hit as many rooms as we can. Okay, I did hit all 5 rooms. That's good news. I won't send anyone to repair this just yet. We can worry about that when the fight's over. Unfortunately, yeah, I think these repair drones are actually also very good at putting out fires. It's unfortunate. Rather wish they weren't. Yeah, because they've basically fixed everything already. This is going to be another very long fight. because they have a med bay, and oh crap, they have a med bay so they can heal, and they have repair drones, so they can get the repair drones can put the fire out while the human occupants go and heal. We just lost our shields as well, which is not good. And we just missed. We didn't even get to set them on fire that time, which is unfortunate. Yeah. You go in the med bay. Alex, come down here and look at the sensors for a moment. I want to see how they're doing. Okay, I think we did actually kill one of them. I forgot how many there were. There may still be hope. Nah, they're healing again. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, this in theory, this strategy is good because it gives you more scrap, but in practice it's bad because you have to spend all the extra scrap you get fixing your ship. Oh, minimum wage worker says have to go. Wish you great luck in the run. Go actually, bye everyone. Goodbye and thank you so much for being here and sharing your advice. And yeah, if anyone's watching, this is not what to do. This is in fact a really bad idea, and you should not do it. Or at least only do it if you have more powerful weapons to back up your fire beam. I mean, their whole ship is on fire, but the problem is that they've got repair drones, so they're just putting all the fires out. Meanwhile, their weapons are still online. I haven't managed to keep their weapons off. I mean, I think I'm overwhelming them now, but it's a bit too little too late. Right, we get more scrap if we don't let them surrender. And their weapons are off, so we will not let them. I don't think they're going to die to this though. Yeah, because all the fires are out. Yeah, see, even though the oxygen is out, they can like out-heal. You can out-heal a loss of oxygen if you just stand in the medbay, I think. Is a problem. We're just going to have to blow them up the conventional way, which kind of makes the fire beam useless, because the fire beam doesn't do damage. It eventually does damage. If a room burns completely, then that does damage, but that's so slow compared to just shooting them. So yeah, we got extra. Well, we didn't even get extra scrap because we didn't kill the ship. We didn't kill the crew. We just killed the ship. So we didn't even get extra scrap. And yeah, we half killed our own ship again. In other words, this strategy is stupid. Don't do it. It doesn't work. But we'll get as far as we can now that we've gone down this road, and this will not be the only run I do on stream. We will do many more runs, and I will try and do better in those. Ship's on fire, yo. Yes, it was on fire. That was definitely the case. Once you arrive at the location of a distress call, a civilian ship hails you. Thanks for responding to our beacon. Our FTL navigation has gone haywire, and we can't plot a course to the nearest depot to get it fixed. Could you lead us there? Okay, this is almost certainly leading us into some sort of fight, but let's do it anyway. Oh, never mind. Take this bit of scrap as a down payment. We'll use your jump signature to follow you. You're really helping us out here. Added a quest marker to your map. Okay, so we need... This is a new thing. We need to go here to progress this quest. And that means we need to go there and then get back to the exit before the rebels get to the exit. How many steps are the rebels going to take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Either 4 or 5. I'm not getting the tape measure out again. If I go this way round, I can probably still get back to the exit afterwards. So let's do that. Aha, right, we finally have a blue option. You cross paths with a Mantis ship that looks to have had dozens of layers of armor plating added over what must have been a 100-year career. Its captain is legendary thief Kazak Plethklik. Your crew look frightened. So normally our only option would be prepare to fight, but because we have a Mantis crew member, we have an extra option. Much like in Mass Effect, if you have a blue option to choose, it's usually good. So, because we have a Mantis crew member, attempt to hail him. Your Mantis crew member steps forward. He and Kazak Plethklik perform a weird kind of alien hacker. You meanwhile charge the battle systems. Oh, so we're still fighting them. Okay, I'm not convinced that did anything. Okay, usually, this is clearly a bad example. Usually the blue options are better. This was not better. Blue options are still risky. Yeah, but this blue option has literally the same outcome. Which is we have to fight the ship anyway. Oh well. This one is not quite as bad as the previous one. They don't have repair drones, and they don't have a med bay. So they can't heal if we set them on fire. So they do have missiles though, which is never fun. As you can see. Especially when they hit shields, because that leaves us vulnerable to their other weapons. Charge up another fire beam attack. Yes, hull at 50%. I know. Panic, panic, panic. Okay. At least they only have 1 point of shields right now, so we can easily do some more fire. Heal you. I mean, I think they're dead. The question is, what gets them first, the fire or the ship exploding? I'm really hoping we actually kill the crew first this time, because it's ages since I actually got the bonus for doing that. Okay, there's only one of them left, and they've only got 13 health, but they're hanging in there. They're still manning the shields. Yes. Well, the O2 is off, so they won't last forever. But yeah, this strategy of getting bonus scrap rewards by killing the crew, I'm just not convinced it's very good. It leads to more damage to your ship. Plus, you have to sit around forever waiting for it to actually happen. Like, I've clearly won this battle, but we have to wait for the oxygen to drain from the shields room. To finish, there we go. Now we get the extra scrap, with which we can heal our ship eventually. Okay. Do I have time to go here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. No, we don't. Okay, we have to go here. Kaiser says if you have a teleporter, you can act on it a bit more. That is very true. If you have a teleporter, you can teleport your crew onto their ship and then beat up their crew. You just have to be very careful not to destroy their ship while your crew are on it, because then you lose your crew. So you have to be very careful using your weapons to shoot at a ship that's got your own people on it. But yes, but the problem is, because I've been doing this strategy, I've never had enough scrap to afford the teleporter. Anyway, you arrived in an asteroid belt to discover that a rebel automated scout has been stationed here. Prepare for a fight. This one, the fire strategy is completely ineffective. Because first of all, the entire ship is there's no air, so no fires will burn, and there's no crew to kill. The only weapon we have that will do anything is the burst laser, so this is going to be a very difficult fight. We are aided by asteroids hitting their ship, but they're aided by asteroids hitting our ship. Matcha says you named your crew viewers. Should have come here earlier. I named some of my crew viewers. I actually have a channel point redeem for naming a crew member. It's not one. Well, the first and last one. This guy and this guy are named with the redeem, and the middle 5 are all viewers. So Matcha, if you would like to suggest a name for if we do manage to acquire another crew member, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, if we do start a new run today, I'll name them Matcha. We might not get to another run today. In fact, we might not even finish this run today. It depends how terribly this goes, to be honest. The answer, at the moment, it's going very terribly. We haven't actually done any damage to their ship yet, and they are doing a lot of damage to our ship. Okay, we've done 1 point of damage. We might have to just jump away, actually. Yeah, this is going bad. Okay, damage their weapons, but yeah, that weapon is still online. Bad. Please die. Okay, we took their other weapon offline. The problem is the automated scout ships. Not only do they not have any crew, they have like an onboard computer that can do everything. So it's as if the piloting room has a crew member in, it's as if the weapons room has a crew member in, it's as if each of these rooms effectively has an automated crew member. So everything will repair itself. So these can actually be hard, although they're a lot smaller than normal ships, they can actually be a lot harder to fight against. Let me set it on fire, even though that's not going to do anything. That's not good. Okay, we can't jump with no engines, but we can't. I suppose we could vent the fire this way. This is going badly. I was considering jumping out of danger, but I now can't because and I just missed all of my shots there. And the med bay is also down. Great. How are you staying engines? We're going to need you. Fire is out. I don't know why I'm lighting the ship on fire. It doesn't do anything. But we can hope. If you can knock out the shields permanently, then the asteroids would destroy what was left, but it doesn't actually knock them out permanently because they get repaired. Yeah, see, the beam doesn't do anything if the shield's down. There we go, finally. That was not worth it. Okay, real people. Sorry, we can sit in the asteroid field because the asteroids can never take down both shield bubbles at once. At least I don't think they can. I hope they can't. As far as I'm aware, you're safe with 2 shield bubbles. Okay. Oh, our weapons. Yeah, we've leveled up our weapons now as well. So we have a gold 2 stars in weapons. Shields are not quite leveled up yet. Hello, Noik, who says hello. Are we winning here? I mean, not really. Our ship is critically low on hull. We're only halfway through the game, and we've got a pretty bad weapon combination. Just Nit. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Nit, we're not dead yet. We'll see. What have you done to my engine? Says Harry. Well, if only you'd been better at evading, then the engines would not have been so bad. Right, I wanted to actually upgrade the engines for better evasion, but I can't upgrade while we're in a asteroid field because it counts as in danger. So I'm going to have to go to this quest. I'm going to go to this quest now. Hopefully it's not a fight. Okay, no, it's just a reward. Shortly after you arrive, the ship you are escorting jumps nearby. They thank you for their help and offer you a reward. Right, we have loads of scrap. Let's actually upgrade our ship. So I want to increase... see, if you look at what the engine upgrade actually does, it charges your FDL faster, but the most important thing is it gives you more dodge, which is the chance of avoiding an attack. And you can see at the moment it's only 10%. It says 30 here because we're getting plus 10% from the engine being crewed by a skilled engineer person, and also the pilot. We're getting plus 10% from a skilled pilot to make 30%. But we can very easily get that up to 40%. We do need to buy more power, because I think that's going to be the best use of our money. I'll keep the rest of it for now, because we're going to need to fix our ship again. Right. I think we can only afford one more jump. It doesn't really matter which of these we go to, so we'll go to this one. Dodge rate is very strong and also slept on, to be honest. Yeah, I'm doing my best to maximise it. Kaiser Podge says 30%, the amount of ship that's left. It's actually slightly less than 30%. But yeah, you see the evasion is now up to 40%. And a fully upgraded ship, you can get up to 35% with the engines, plus 10% for the crew, and then plus 10% for the piloting. So over half the enemy's shots will miss with full upgrade, which is pretty good. Let's go here. Rooney, thank you so much for resubscribing. I cannot believe it's been 8 months already. Okay, 2 ships engaged in heated battle. It seems the Mantis military ship will surely defeat its prey. Do we aid the civilian ship or stay out of it? Well, we have 9 hit points left, and the enemy has 10 hit points. It's either going to work or we're going to die. Those are the 2 options. Nit says, how many runs have you won? You don't seem to be doing too bad right now. This is my first time playing the game on stream. I played it way back shortly after it released in 2012, which makes me feel old just thinking about it. I definitely beat it on easy, and I'm pretty sure I beat it on hard with like the Kestrel ship, the starting ship. I never really got into exploring what you can do with the other ships. I also never played it with the Advanced Edition content on, because it didn't exist at the time. This playthrough I have that content off, but I'd like to do another playthrough with it on to see what that's all about as well. So yeah, there's a lot I would like to do. But yeah, I do know the basics. I know how the game works. I don't really know which weapons are good. I've got this strategy of trying to set the enemy on fire, which in theory can be really good because you can kill the crew and get more scrap rewards versus blowing up the ship. The problem is I'm not really succeeding in doing that. And I take so much damage. Let's go for it. I mean, half the crew are going to teleport in, aren't they? So there's not going to be many left on the ship. Oh right, so I thought 2 of them were coming to the teleport, but only 1 did. And we have a Mantis of our own who can assist with beating up this guy. We're in pretty good shape as far as borders are concerned. Advanced Edition is so good though, says Nit. Okay, well thanks for letting me know. I will definitely check it out on my next run. Are they? Oh, they just managed to... They just barely managed to teleport their guy back before he died. Oh well. Okay. Right. Duty time. If I might be able to kill this guy. He's only got 4% health. I might be able to kill him if I can hit this room. How do I want to do the fire like that? Yes, okay. Our hit managed to kill that guy. So that's one less thing to worry about. Also, we haven't taken out the weapons entirely, but I think when the weapons are half damaged, see this weapon is inactive, this weapon is still active. That weapon on its own can't damage us, so I think we're safe at the moment. Nit says, I see you name your crew. That's such a good idea. Well, I am a streamer, you know, so for viewer interactivity, I have let my viewers decide the name of my crew and or named my crew after viewers. I think most of these people are still in chat. Certainly Harry is. This guy was named by Eltibago. This guy was named by minimum wage worker who had to leave. Okay. Let me see if I can actually kill the crew and not the ship. No. No is the answer to that. I couldn't even get through the shields that time. The problem is everybody's got, at this point in the game, everyone's got 2 shields. So 2 of my 3 burst laser shots need to get through the shields. So unless all 3 shots hit, I don't actually do any damage. And obviously, if 2 of the shots hit, I can set the things on fire, which does some damage. But not really enough damage. Okay, they've cleverly gone to opposite ends of the ship, so I can't kill them both at the same time. But I can probably kill them? Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, so I think you get slightly more scrap for doing that. No more life signs detected on the pirate ship. You hasten to contact the civilian ship. The ship you saved was badly damaged in the battle. Most of the crew accept your offer to be dropped at a nearby station. 1 officer to join your crew. We have another crew member! Welcome aboard Nellis, who actually comes pre-leveled up in weapons and fighting. But they're an Engie, So, yeah, let me just get this straight. My NG crew member who does half combat damage, then does 10% more crew damage. So they do 55% combat damage. They're still useless in combat. Okay, but 2 NGs is still good because repairs. Right, we have another crew member to name, so if anybody has 200 channel points to spare and would like to redeem a name, please do. Otherwise, I'm going to pick some random viewer and name it after them. Also, Nick, thank you for the follow, by the way. I didn't mention that. It is appreciated. Let me quickly heal some people as well. Aha! Ellis would like us to change the crew member's name to Ellis, which actually doesn't involve changing their name very much. From Nellis to Ellis. There we go. I don't really enjoy NG in general, so I'm going to pass on that one, says Nick. No problem. Well, I mean, I'll take any crew I can get. Crew is better than not crew. Let's put you in the middle so you can quickly repair things. Actually, let's put you in O2. That way, every room with the system has got a... I guess the fire was still burning and the ship just randomly exploded from the fire. That was an interesting delay there. Right, I need to save scrap for the repairs, but can I upgrade? Okay, how much is it for another shield bar? Because you have to upgrade shields twice to get 3. Yeah, so that would be 100 plus 50 power. I don't really want to do that yet. I mean, it can be worth, like, if you upgrade your O2, for example. I mean, it says O2 refill boost. Yes, it refills your oxygen quicker, but the biggest advantage of upgrading it is if it takes a hit, it doesn't instantly knock out your O2. Your O2 goes down to just being damaged. And same with all these other systems. Like if the pilot gets a hit, it doesn't automatically prevent you from jumping. So these can be worth it to upgrade. It's just I feel like shields and engine are the most important. And weapons. But there's no point getting weapon power beyond the weapons you actually have. Matcha Catcher says I only have 30 points. Really? Only 30 channel points? Surely you've watched enough of these streams to have more. I suppose you do redeem things a lot, like changing the background colour. O2 buffer are good, but not very useful before flagship fight. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, you only have right, you only have 30,000 points. Okay, there is a small difference between 30 and 30,000. Kaiser Posh, thank you for redeeming drink water. That's probably a good idea. It is still very hot in here. Thank you for keeping Emma hydrated. Don't forget, proper hydration is important for everyone, not just streamers. Okay, yeah, so we couldn't have gone another jump. They would have made it to the exit. I mean, we could have, and then we could have fought them at the exit, but I like not fighting them at the exit. Ooh, scans reveal a large asteroid field nearby. Short-range scanners may discover useful materials while we wait for the FTL to recharge. We have a scrap recovery arm, so we have a blue option. We could explore the asteroid field. Too dangerous, we'll just wait for the FTL recharge. Or attempt to mine the asteroids. I'm assuming this comes with a risk of taking damage. And I'm hoping this comes with a lower risk of taking damage. Of course we're going to take the blue option. Matcha Catcher says, is the warning zone immediate death or extra hard zone? Well, basically extra hard zone. You have to fight the rebel fleet. But yeah, you don't get any rewards for it. the only reward you get is fuel, so you can jump to the next beacon. So there's really no reason to do it, unless like you desperately had to get to one last quest or something like that. Anyway, blue option. Ooh, 48 scrap, not bad. You carefully extract as much usable material as possible from the nearest asteroids while waiting for FDL to charge. Damn rebel scum. Yeah, no, this is the thing. It's not like Star Wars where the rebels are the good guys. They really are rebel scum in this game. At least from our perspective, you know. Maybe there should be a version of this game from the rebels' perspective, trying to stop the pesky Federation ship. Okay. So yeah, you see, we could, if there was something really, really good here, we could still go to it, but yeah, then we'd have to fight them on the way back. Right, we can have more Mantis or more Zoltan. I think I'm going to go with the Zoltan on the grounds that all of our remaining sectors are going to be hostile or Nebula. And we've just done Mantis. We did just do Zoltan. This sector before was Zoltan, but whatever. We're going here. We have an achievement, which is for reaching Sector 5. I did know about that achievement because I obviously got it on my first playthrough. And there was another pop-up that you may have seen that said NG Cruiser unlocked. So the NG Cruiser is another ship. So now on a future playthrough I could use that ship. If I remember correctly, that's the one that has no weapons and only drones, which sounds terrible. I don't think I ever tried to use it. You're far from Federation home space here in Zoltan territory. And it's not clear whether the authorities are any goodwill remaining. Still, you have to push forward. Congratulations! By making it to the 5th sector, you've unlocked the NG playable ship for future playthroughs. Right, is there a store nearby? No. Okay. I was rather hoping there might be. It's fine. We've got 9 whole hit points. NG. Okay, NG has okay. So it has an ion weapon and combat drone Mark 1. Yeah, so it's reliant on drones. The ion weapon doesn't actually do any damage, so you would need to buy a damaging weapon. But yes, I haven't used drones. I have all these drone parts that are useless. I have these missiles that are useless as well. I was able to sell some of my missiles for scrap, which was very helpful. The only hit point that matters is the last one. That is technically true, Nit. Okay, let's try not to die, shall we? If I go here and then like through the middle, I'll see most of these beacons. And this one might be something good rather than just a fight. Well, yeah, okay. You arrive to find a lumbering Zoltan freighter with no one at the helm. It's a mystery what happened to the crew, but it'd be a shame to let the opportunity go to waste. That is a lot of stuff. Okay, at this point, I can upgrade the shields and still fully repair. I think I might actually do that. Because I'm less likely to take damage if I have more shields. So now, if I was to go up against, well, someone with like a burst laser too, like I have, they would have to hit all their shots to be able to, well, if they just had a burst laser, they wouldn't be able to damage me at all. But they'd have to hit all their shots for like a beam weapon to damage me. Right, good, a store. I might go here and then back to the store, just so I can have slightly more scrap available. Rebel Automated Scout. My least favourite thing to fight because you can't really set them on fire. I need better weapons, but so far every time I've been to a store I haven't been able to afford any good weapons. Okay, well, all they have is an ion and a missile. And the missile ignores shields, and the ion is always going to hit the shields. So the ion is literally doing nothing. And it says also if you want advice, I can also try to help you, though I'm not actually not asked. I feel like I have a decent grasp of the mechanics, although I'm sure there are things I'm missing. You are welcome to offer advice. Don't like completely backseat every decision, but yeah, a little bit of advice is fine. Yeah, I'm aware that the arson strategy is not a particularly good one, although it is quite funny. It doesn't work against these ships really because they have no air in them, so the fires just go out. Kaiser says cloak is frustrating, especially since it stops weapon charging. Yes. My weapons don't charge while they're cloaked. The flip side of that, if you get cloaking yourself, then their weapons don't charge while you're cloaked either, so it does work in your favour. Yeah, the problem really is the enemies that have missiles basically have unlimited missiles. Like, I could fight with missiles, but if I used 4 missiles, then I've used all my missiles. Whereas this guy can just keep firing missiles forever. I think I'm probably going to have to jump away from this fight because, yeah, unless I hit all 3 shots, I don't even do any damage. I think I'm just going to jump. It's not worth it. A mantis crew here has hunkered down in the abdomen of a long-dead space whale. The only way, presumably, for them to operate their black market trade without detection. Worth a look? It's definitely worth a look, because look at my hull. Okay, well, what might I want to buy? These 2 scrap recovery arms I could sell if I needed to. I'm wondering if it's worth replacing my fire beam with a hull beam, because at least that does damage. Like, it would come online at the same time, but at least it would do damage. Or I could just buy one and then try to save up for 2 more points of weapon power to actually be able to use it, and then use it at the same time as the fire beam. I would be relying entirely on my burst laser to get the shields down though, which would be tricky. Or I could get an ion and try and iron their shields. Ion only needs 1 power. Hull laser 2 is good for hitting system contrary to belief because of the chance of breach. Yeah, this is only hull laser 1 though. Nit says I think it's capped at 10 missiles. Oh, it's capped at 10 missiles, is it? Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever found that out. I think I've either killed them or run away before they've ever fired 10 missiles at me. Cloak is... Yeah, Nit says cloak is the best system below shields and weapons for obvious reasons. I could save up for cloaking is the other thing, I suppose. But I feel like I don't have enough damage at the moment. If I leave myself just enough to buy a hull beam, that's still only halfway. This is probably a bad idea, but I might buy an ion blast and 1 point of weapon power and then use that. Hacking is close by, but that's in Advanced Edition. Right, okay. That's one of the new things in Advanced Edition. That's exciting to know about. Yeah, I'm going to buy this. And how much is another point of weapon? 50. Okay, so I can't do that now. But that's okay. I might buy a bit more fuel because I do seem to be a bit low. And then just fix as much as I can. This could be the wrong answer, but never mind. There's no right or wrong, except there probably is. Right, I'm not going back there. I'm not killing that guy, there's no point. I'll go somewhere else. I probably have time to go here and then round. You jump into a debris field that used to be a Zoltan cruiser. Unfortunately, its NG escort takes you for the attacker and retaliates. The refusal hails. Also, I forgot to heal my crew members. That was a mistake. Never mind, they're mostly healthy. How screwed am I with this ship? I'm relatively safe because these are both beam weapons, so as long as I don't take my shields down. Oh, the other thing, I don't think the enemies are intelligent with their weapon timing. Like, if they have like something that takes shields down and a beam weapon that doesn't pierce shields, they won't wait till the shields are down to fire their beam weapon. They'll just fire their beam weapon as soon as it's charged, even if your shields are up. So they're not quite as intimidating as they look, usually. Yeah, they've got the defense drones as well. I would probably have bought laser because you really need a way to deal with double triple shield, but shot was bad. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the ion will kind of deal with double triple shield because it will take 1 point off the double. It would reduce double shield to single shield. This fight is going to take ages. You can hit them but very long because it's defense drone 2. This is a defense drone 2. This is a defense drone. This shoots down any projectiles, which includes the burst laser. So not only do I have to hit the enemy, I also have to shoot down, like avoid not being shot down by the drone. I guess I'll demonstrate. In fact, let me try and disable drones, probably is most important. Yeah, see, their beam weapon is just not going to do anything. I mean, I can set, if I set their drones on fire. The problem is it's NG, so the NG are really good at repairing, but they also don't have a med bay. So actually, no, it's probably fine. I probably can just kill the enemy, the NG. Yeah, Nit says as a good point they can't hit you. But yeah, see how quick they put out fires, but they did take damage. I feel like if I just set them on fire enough times, eventually they'll die. Like if they take like 10 points of damage each time I set the ship on fire, eventually they'll die. They're worried about protecting the metal, not the flesh. NGR metal though. I don't care what they're made out of as long as it's flammable. Damn. Okay, the defense drone hit my laser that time. And that time. You're right, this is going to be a long fight. Too much defense versus not enough offense. Do they passively heal or not? I don't think they do. There's a lore discussion taking place in chat now. Are the NG organic or robotic? Or does nobody know? Okay, this one is mostly dead. Oops, I missed the timing on that. Yeah, their health is down to 23. In fact, I should be shooting here. So that if it does hit, at least I do damage. Okay, 15, 30, 30. We'll get there eventually. The real answer is we don't care about NG because Mantis is the best race. We have a Mantis. Alex is a Mantis in this game. Okay, right. This is good news. So they're also low health now. They're such low health now that they're not going to put the fire out because they know they would die. So eventually the fire will spread to the rooms they're in. Now the question is, does the ship die first or does the crew? But we can pretty much just sit here now. And talk about lore. I should really actually heal my guys, shouldn't I? Not sure why I wasn't doing that before. I mean, there is an advantage to this fight, which is that we've leveled up shields a lot because we've just been sat here taking hits to our shields. So there was a good side to it. Yeah, anyway, we could definitely kill them now because the defense drones are offline because we destroyed the drones, but yeah, I would like to get the scrap bonus if I can. Ooh, we have actual FTL emotes from Draw Curiosity. A Mantis emote. This is such a cute emote, isn't it? I assume you play FTL since you have that emote. I have it because of a random gift sub. I haven't played FTL in a bit, but I'm feeling the urge hard. Yeah, that's what I thought, which is why I decided to... It's so random. I've been streaming a long time, and I played this game years ago, but I just thought, you know what, this would be a good game to stream. And I'm glad it attracted some fans. Right, now if you could just hurry up and spread the fire around the rest of the ship. I mean, their shields are down, so I could actually just fire beam this part of the ship. I didn't realise that. No, sorry, I pressed the wrong button and targeted with 1 instead of 2. That might have been a mistake. There we go, okay. I'm using the number keys to select which weapon to use. Okay. Well, that was tedious, but I didn't take any damage, so I'll take it. Every year or two I do a run or two because it's a solid game. Yes, it would be great to have another game like this. The Mantis outcasts sometimes make the mistake of taking the Zoltan for easy game. A scout moves in to attack while a boarding party beams aboard from a nearby transport. Intruders on board. Okay, so that's independent of the teleporter in here. They didn't teleport in, they beamed in. Right, let me try venting to space and see if that I should keep this door closed because they have to spend time opening it. Okay, they're going to teleport as well. They're going to end up there. This room is annoying. I wish there was an airlock on this room because you have to vent through via here, and then there's. You don't really want your weapons guy to... No, right, you in there. Actually, let's keep the doors guy indoors because then the doors are shut. Which is very helpful. No, wait, you stay there, you come in here. I think I'm doing this right. And then, yeah, we'll let them hit the doors for a bit until everyone's here, and then we will charge in. Okay. Actually, fighting 2 parties at once is kind of annoying. We can power up the medbay, can't we? If you fight in the medbay with the medbay powered up, then it will heal you, it won't heal the enemy. I'm very glad that the medbay knows. You should open both airlock, it makes the void of death go faster. Oh, I actually did not know that. Thank you for that advice, Nit. Might want to upgrade doors soon if you want to use vent tactics. Yes, at the moment I'm relying on someone being standing in the doors to have the first level of upgrade. But you're right, I should get another one. 100% game hard was probably my best FDL moment, though winning without pause is also very hard. Yes, I have never beaten the game on hard, and I certainly haven't done all the achievements, all different ships and everything. And well, I'm not going to stream the game without pausing because I like being able to explain what's going on to people, and I can't do that if I'm pausing. Right, okay. They ran away like a coward because, of course, they did. These guys, I think, can just fight indefinitely in the medbay, so they're fine. Let's set the ship on fire. I didn't even look what weapons they've got, but they haven't hit me yet, so I'm assuming they're not very bad. Yeah, so if you're in the medbay being healed, they pretty much can't kill you. Right. We do have to turn the oxygen back on at some point. Okay. Just wait for the fire beam to charge again. The other half of the ship, I mean, the whole thing's on fire. This should be good for us. So the arson route potentially is helping get crew rewards. Yeah, this is something I vaguely remembered and has been confirmed to be true in chat. If you kill all the crew on the ship rather than destroying the ship, you get better rewards. Oh wow, they ioned my engine completely. That's a lot of ironing. Oh, it's a big iron weapon. Yeah, so in theory this is actually better. The problem with it... Oh, whoops, I didn't use my laser before I used the fire. The problem with it is one of your weapons doesn't actually do any damage. And is instead just dedicated to starting fires. Which is not necessarily what you want if you're... you will eventually burn the ship down, but you might be dead before it happens. I mean, this is looking pretty bad for them. Oh, they got the... Damn it, they got the O2 back on. Alright, we'll get them this time, I'm sure. Are they teleporting back again? I mean, I suppose they want to get off their ship. I don't really blame them. Okay, they teleported in. They ioned sensors and then teleported into sensors. I mean, ioning sensors and then teleporting is a good strategy because we can't see where the intruders are, except that we can. Because you can see when doors take damage. Nit says, personally, I think crew is overrated. You need 4 to 5, but more than that is overkill. I only bought like 2 crew. Everything since then has been rewards, and it's like, well, I'm not going to say no to a free crew member. But yeah, I wouldn't have bought crew at a store, I don't think. Right, rather annoyingly, their ship is not dead yet. Please die. Also, please un-ion the sensors so that I can see what's going on. There we go. Okay, right, yeah, surely they're dead soon. If I shoot it any more times, it's going to blow up, even without... Okay, one of them died. You see, it's only got 2 hull points left. If I shoot it any more times, it will blow up. So, Nit says I never buy crew. You get enough for rewards. I do buy Mantis if I have teleport. That's the only exception. Yeah, I bought 1 human, I think. Yeah, okay, you're up. Well, that was a waste of time. I think I bought a human and got everything else through rewards. I can't remember. Anyway, I'm not trying to play this completely optimally. I'm just trying to have fun, really. Where next? Let's go... If I go through the nebula, that slows them down. Let's do that. The game has provided plenty of sacrifices, says Harry. Yeah, that's the other thing, of course, is crew members could die, and then at least you've got replacements. You arrive in an asteroid field and are greeted by a Zoltan guard. By attempting to access these closed mining fields, you are in violation of the Natural Mineral Protection Act. Your weaponry will be confiscated for processing. You don't have time for this. Well, okay, this is another thing we're not particularly good against because we have to... Well, we don't actually have to fight through their Zoltan shield because the asteroids will kind of do that for us. But yeah, they have drones firing at us plus asteroids taking the shields down. It's a bit dangerous. Yeah, you don't want to be in an asteroid field with your shields down. Because you're constantly taking damage. That's not going to get anywhere yet. Right. Good news is their shield, their green shield is down. Let's actually set fire to them now. Can I reach 6 rooms with this? No, just 5. And not even 5 if I don't time it correctly. Ah, my shield went. An eye on the shield. I think if I time it right, I can basically do the laser once while the fire beam is recharging, and then they're almost done at the same time, just not quite. Like the beam is slightly less than 2 burst lasers. Oh, the shield is actually down, so I can fire beam immediately. Actually, let's do it that way. And shoot here, because that's where all the guys are. Right, okay. Hopefully that's enough that... Oh, no. I forgot about the asteroids. I was like, that's enough that they'll die from the fire, but no, they'll die from the asteroids. Okay. Never mind. Okay, we have another store there. I can probably get cloaking now if the store is selling it. I'm just thinking about going through the nebula a bit first. This is an ugly situation, stay safe, says Kaiser. I mean, I came out of it better than the other guys did. I think I only took 1 point of hull damage. Burning ships alive seems pretty fun. It does, it's just I can never get it to work. Inside this nebula, you detect a rogue planet drifting through space. On its surface, a huge monolith visible at this distance, even to the naked eye. We just had this quest. And they gave us a healing bomb last time. Are they going to give us another healing bomb, or is it just a random weapon? Oh, okay, this time it was scrap. Okay, last time we had that random event, it was a healing bomb, which we then sold. Right, I think we can get to all these nebulas, because as you see, they go slowly in the nebula. This nebula turns out to be the hiding place of a terrified rock crew taking refuge from the Zoltan border police. They don't seem prepared to risk you're leaving with their coordinates and open fire. Right, hang on. I forgot. I was supposed to be upgrading the ion blast with all this scrap. Yeah, I was supposed to have this to take out a shield. We've now got 3 shield enemies. I can still fight them, but all my burst lasers have to connect in order for it to do anything. So actually there's no point shooting until my fire beam is online. Yeah, that was a mistake. I should have bought the Ion Blast. Bought the weapon power for Ion Blast. Because this guy has 4 weapons. This guy is actually quite threatening. Hello Cookie Jar, who says best Gurchy. I was so into this game for a good hot minute. It is a great game. And I'm discovering that so many of my viewers have played it before, and I'm hoping that those who don't are intrigued by it and want to try it. Great Eye is very random, but my last 3 times I lost crew members. Well, there we go, Nit. You see why I have all these unnecessary extra crew members now, in case I lose one. And apologies to the viewers who I just called unnecessary crew members. I mean, we have, like, fully skilled people in 4 areas, plus Mantis for fighting, plus 2 Engies for repairing quickly, and then we also have Raven. So, you know, it's... I don't think anyone here is completely useless. Right, am I going to have to run away from this battle? Okay, we got that down. How many rooms can I... Oh, I think that is. Because it's a nebula, I don't have sensors to see on the ship, so I don't know how bad the fires are, or whether I'm actually doing any damage, whether they're just immediately being extinguished. I'll sort of be able to tell if... Yeah, see that system? So I knew the fire in there did damage because the system just exploded. But... Nit mentioned doing a no pause run. Doing something like this with a no pause run would be almost impossible because I'm having to precisely time when the laser takes down the shields to shoot my fire beam, and I'm having to precisely angle my fire beam to hit as many rooms as possible. I would not want to do that without the pause button. We can make arson everywhere, says Ellis. And unnecessary viewer gang, says Cookie Jar. Hey, I'm not saying my viewers are unnecessary. My viewers are very necessary. Right, this this guy standing on sensors in a nebula is definitely unnecessary. And he's contributing precisely nothing. Unfortunately, that was a hit on weapons, so... it's gonna be a while before you are damaged. I don't want you dying. A while before I have the weapons back online. Okay. Just a pause just as a missile comes in and hits engines. Okay, everybody, your next task. Repair the engines. Oh, there's a the danger of being in a nebula. There's a fire in here, and I didn't realise there was a fire in there. Need to put that out. Return everyone except those guys need to stay in there a moment. Yeah, I'm considering jumping, but jumping might be the correct call here. There's a fire in the weapons room now. Fortunately, the weapons don't disable until it takes a whole point worth of fire damage. I'm assuming they got all the fires out because none of the other systems have taken any damage. Yeah, everyone's kind of hurt now as well. Okay, yeah, sod it. I'm out of here. That was a bad idea, that fight. You spy 2 pirate ships lurking in the nebula here. They remain unaware of your presence. You're able to get your scanners to at least identify their cargo. One is carrying the fuel supplies, the other the ammunition. They begin to drift away from each other in the storm. I am going to pursue neither of them because I'm half dead and I just want to get to the store. I will do this now. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is another hazard that I haven't seen before, I don't think. This section of the nebula is experiencing a plasma storm. Your main reactor can only function at half capacity. So, yeah, fighting in these situations is really, really, really bad because you can't power your weapons and your shields at the same time. Like, we do not want to be fighting in these conditions. We are almost out of fuel as well, by the way. Okay, I'm missing a lot of chat. It's not that bad, you can press 1 or 2 to be faster, but with 4 weapons it's hell. Yeah, referring to the targeting. I am pressing 1 and 2. It's the timing of what I'm trying to do, which is use a beam weapon when I'm only just have enough firepower to take down the shields. Who needs engines, says Ellis. You literally can't jump anywhere without engines. Your evasion chance goes to 0 if your engines are offline. So every single shot from the enemies will hit if your engines are off because you can't evade them. How familiar are you with this game now, Gertrude? Looking at your crew seems like you know what you're doing. I know all the basic mechanics. I don't think I've ever played a ship other than this one, the Kestrel, the starting ship. I don't think I've ever used drones properly. I've never done the Advanced Edition content, which I know has a thing called hacking. It presumably has other things as well. So I know a decent amount about the bit that I've actually played, but there is more to it than that. Cookie Jar says, I'm sure we can get outside the ship and kick our legs like the ship is a kickboard. Maybe best not to try that. We got this fellow unnecessary crewers. The drones one is fun. Okay, I'll have to try drones at some point then. Yeah, right now I just have 16 drone parts sitting here doing absolutely nothing. I'm very grateful that this is an empty sector. I'm going to go to the store. And I can't quite afford cloaking, sadly. Oh, they don't offer it anyway. That's alright. Do I get a 3rd scrap recovery arm? We're getting later in the game. It's not going to be worth it, I don't think, but it's tempting. Repair arm repairs your hull every time you crack scrap, but reduces scrap plate by 15%. I mean, that cancels out. I would still be getting 5% more scrap. Allow ship to jump to any previously visited beacon. This is not as helpful as it sounds, because the previously visited beacons are all on the left side of the map. FTL find the lemons, says Matcha. Nit says boarding is fun too. Yeah, this store doesn't have any systems, unfortunately. The Kestrel is fine, but I like more Gimpy ships. Pike beam cuts across entire ships as you know. You have to stop it. That sounds fun. Oh, this is like the extra long beam weapon, but only does 1 damage per hit, and is still a beam weapon, so you still need to take down shields. I think I'd be, if I was going to do anything, I'd be better off swapping the ion for a heavy ion, because that can take 2 points of ion, 2 points of shield off. Mantis B, best ship, says Nit. I've never even unlocked the Mantis B, I don't think. Okay, yeah, see, I can't hire any crew because I have 8 already. Makes sense. Definitely fixing a bit of stuff. I'm definitely buying more fuel. We've got hardly any of it. Yeah. I need to buy one more point of weapons, which is going to be 75. I'm tempted to get the heavy ion. It takes longer to charge, but that doesn't matter because it still takes less time than the fire beam. That sells for 50. That's 45. 5 to be able to power everything. I can't fully power my engine right now, so I've lost 5% evade. And I'm also still really low on fuel. Maybe I'll regret. Do I fix or do I get fuel? Get 2 fuel and then 2 fix. At least I'm in the green. So we don't get the legendary triple scrap recovery arm. Pipe beam is pretty good if you're going for beams. Well, the problem with going for beams, problem with having a beam here, 2 beams and a burst laser 3. Every ship I'm coming across now has 3 shields, so I can't do any damage unless I hit all of my burst laser shots, which is a bit worrying. Burst laser 1 is also stronger than you think. Yeah, but it's strictly worse than burst laser 2. It requires the same power as burst laser 2, and it has 1 fewer shot. So I wouldn't replace my burst laser 2, so I'd have to have 2 burst lasers, and then I'd only be able to have 1 other weapon. I mean, it would help in getting the shields down, I suppose, but then I'd have to say goodbye to my dream of setting the enemies on fire. Burst Laser 1 is budget Burst Laser 2, but Burst Laser 2 is the best gun in the game. That is true. I think the the fact the Kestrel starts with this is very good. Like, you can basically use this weapon the whole game. Right, should I actually heal everyone before we continue? Look, I'm sure I make suboptimal choices, but I don't care. I'm playing this game to have fun. I am absolutely sure that there are better choices. Right. Everybody is healed. It could be worse. We can always shut off the oxygen if we need full evade. Who needs oxygen, really? Okay, how many more steps can we go? 1, 2... I think we only have... I think we can go to 3 more. Tape measure time. It was 19 millimeters each thing, so that is 40. Yeah, no, we can't go 3. We can only go 2, I think. Nit says, may I ask what your favourite ship is to Cookie Jar? And Cookie Jar is now installing the game again to answer this question. Hopefully it kept your save file, so you don't have to unlock all the ships again to find out what they are. Has anyone else ever used a tape measure to try and figure out how many jumps you've got left? I think we've only got 2. 1 to like here, 1 to like here, and then they're at the exit, so I'm going to go here. Okay. So no rewards, just intruders to get with. Until you're able to jump away from the hostile space station, your sensors will be disabled. You should deal with these borders first, though. Okay, there are borders somewhere on the ship. Our sensors are disabled, so we don't know where they are. But this door is flashing red, so there's some in here and there's some in here. So that answers our question. You go in there. No point sending the NG, but Harry's got to walk from all the way over here. So Harry walk here, the NG go in first. Power up the med bay. Oh wait, hang on, they were in there. Oh, because as soon as I walked out of doors, the doors were depowered. So they just walked into doors. Never mind, that's fine. We should be able to just kill them all. I suppose really, if I was like really try-harding this, I would try to make sure the same crew member got the last hit on the borders each time to level up their combat. Because at the moment we've got like 2 points on you, 2 points on you, 2 points on you, none on you, none on you, 3 on you, and you came pre-leveled up. So it's not a... Yeah, like... Nobody's going to level up their combat in this playthrough, I don't think. Okay. Toss up between the Taurus and the Osprey right now, says Cookie Jar, in terms of best ship. It's been years since I've played this game. I don't know which either of those ships are, but yeah, there's definitely a lot to explore in this game if I feel it's doing well and do more streams. Thank you for the random quote, Matcha. I feel like that quote's relevant today, as it always is. Federation A. Oh, the other Federation ship. Yeah, I think I did actually unlock that one when I played it the first time. I don't think I ever used it. Right. We're going to the exit. I think we could have done one more jump, but never mind. -2 fuel for 4 missiles. Why on earth would I want to do that? No, thank you. Okay, yeah, that was suboptimal. We could have got one further. Never mind. So yeah, I feel like we're still a bit underpowered for Sector 6, but we're also almost at the end of stream, by the way. I typically only do about 4 hours, especially when I've got work the next day, which I have. So we're not going to finish this playthrough today, but we will certainly finish it on my next stream. Let's at least get started on the Rebel Control Sector. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could have got a lot further than Sector 6 in 4 hours if I wasn't waffling so much, and also stopping for half an hour in the middle to talk about botany. But that's Emma streams for you. Emma likes getting distracted by chat. You will have to be very cautious in this sector. The rebels have full control and are no doubt looking for you. It was literally the only choice of sector I had. Not finishing this run sad or good though. I feel like at the speed I'm going it would take me at least another 2 hours or so to finish it. And I can't be up that late, I'm afraid, because I have to work tomorrow. I mean, I will be finishing it. It's just I'll be finishing it next week. By the way, Nit, if you're not in my Discord and you are the sort of person who likes to join Discords, you are welcome to, and then you get stream notifications. It might not be a Monday next week. Monday is a sort of exceptional stream because usually I do Sunday, but it was like 30 degrees, actually 32 here yesterday. There's a link to my Discord. Matcha says flowers are important, there are none proven to be in space. Nit thinks I die in 30 minutes. We are on Sector 6 now, but I have a heavy iron, and also I didn't fix all of my hull. I'm also really low on fuel. Ah, right, thank you. Thank you for that 9 fuel. I will definitely take you up on that offer. It's hard to see why, but this beacon is apparently a tourist destination. One of the ships at the small station is offering a deal. A tourist destination where you can see literally nothing except clouds. Interesting. Tourist destination. I'll do a couple more jumps before we end, but I'm certainly not going to be finishing the game. Okay, a rebel automated ship sits dormant near a rebel forward radar station. I mean, it's only got 2 shields and we have ions, we'll probably be alright. Oh, I forgot these things have cloak now. Damn it. Stupid cloak. Yeah, now it's going to fire all its shit. And take out my sensors. Okay, the fire beam is pretty useless, so if I just ion shields and then weapons. Okay, we took out one of the weapons. I think we took out the missile, which is good news because the missile is what's damaging us here. You are injured, you need to go in the med bay. We need to bring Elfie. Oh, it's cloaking again. Ander is hurt. Ding just happened. Oh, we leveled up a repair. 10% faster repair on Hoban now. That's good news. Okay. We kind of need our oxygen back. Hoping we'd hit more than that. At least the missiles. If the missiles are off, I don't think they can actually damage us. But as long as we're doing enough damage to keep the missile off. Alright. It's just, it will be repaired by the time they come out of cloak. This could be the end of the run, to be honest, says Nit. I hope not. As long as I keep hitting things, it'll be fine. I keep doing one hit to the weapons. I want to do 2 hits to the weapons. Then I've got a bit of margin for error. And the missiles aren't going to come back on. I know about the no power in O2. I was trying to have more evade. I suppose I don't really need it if the missiles are off. Yeah, more than one hit on the weapons. I suppose I could target the shields instead. I'm just worried the missile is going to come back because these ships do auto-repair. Could deactivate fire beam focus. That's actually very true, yes. See, why do I not think of these things? Okay. You there. Damn, they actually hit me. Oh, open both doors. This is a very slow fight. My ship is very underpowered. I'm sure I'm going to die soon. Oh, whoops, I mistimed that, sorry. She learned! Open both airlock, I'm pretty proud. I did learn because somebody mentioned that earlier. That might have been you, I don't remember. Stop missing the weapons! Elfie, why are you so bad at shooting? We need to hit it 5 more times. And given it keeps going into cloak, that's probably about 5 years away. So, anyone doing anything interesting today? Okay, we got another hit in. Okay, yeah, my weapons are pretty bad. I should have bought the other burst laser. Okay, 3 more hits. Nit says I just lost an FTL run to a flagship today. Didn't feel good. Yeah, it must suck to get all the way to the end and lose. I think the first time I got to the end, I actually won because I was on easy mode. And my first 5 or so playthroughs failed really badly. So by the time I got to the end, and it was easy mode, I had like a maxed out ship. I still lost most of my health because I didn't know the shenanigans that the flagship was going to pull. Finally! You salvage what you can and approach the station. It is used to relay information to the rebel fleet. You could attempt to hack it to give the rebels false information. Did we attempt to manually hack into the station or not risk it? What's the worst that could happen? You successfully hack into their system and transmit false information about your location. That should hold off the fleet for at least a little while. Nit says, to be honest, my run was doomed from the start, the fact I got there as a miracle. Yeah, sorry that we're not going to finish the run today, but honestly, the fact that I'm using this strategy is half the reason why we're not going to finish it. Because every fight is so slow. Especially if I'm trying to kill the crew with fire. Right, well, we get extra time to explore now that we've delayed. I'm just checking that if I go this way, I can actually go round. But I can't go here, so I might actually just go here. It'd be useful to go through the nebula. Trying to think. Maybe I go across the top, down here, and then through the nebula. I go here next. Or here next. Nit says, I always say 50% of a run difficulty is 8 sector, 50% is the flagship fight. Fire is fun but requires a different setup for sure. Well, I'm learning that the hard way. Small shuttle appears on the local radar. Turns out it's a rebel automated scout. It doesn't even have shields. What's the big deal? Okay, it has got 4 weapons, but we can ion the weapons system directly, so it's not going to have 4 weapons for very long. Yeah, we already got it down to 2. Nid says, to be honest, this stream made me look at Firebeam in another direction. I might try it more often. I'm sure people have used it far more effectively than I have. I literally had, I think, a total of about 3 fights where I was actually able to get a bonus from it, which absolutely did not compensate for the extra damage I took. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. Also, I'm using the fire beam even though it's pointless. Okay, that was the game obviously felt sorry for me. That was a very easy fight. I don't think the ship could actually hurt me. I should really heal people also. Would be a wise thing to do. Okay, one more jump and then we are ending it for today, I'm afraid. I'll go this way. Find a rebel automated scout Floating near this beacon. Despite its pristine condition, it appears to be deactivated. Attempt to download the ship's data stores. Don't risk activating and just strip the ship for useful scrap. I'm guessing this is going to make me have to fight the ship, and this looks pretty powerful. It's got 3 shields and lots of weapons. So I'm going to take this option and get the hell out of there. Okay, we'll do one more jump since that one was such an anticlimax. At least end on a fight, says Nick. I agree. Oh crap, that's got 4 shields. Can I even damage this? I suppose I can if everything hits. Crap. Oh good, it's going to jump away. No, it's fine. It'll jump away before it kills me. I can damage it. The heavy ion takes... Oh no, the heavy ion only takes 1, doesn't it? Yeah, I can't damage it. But I don't have to damage it, because it's gonna jump. It's gonna run away. And yes, it will warn the rebels of my location, but I already delayed the rebels 1 jump, so it cancels out, and actually they're exactly where they would have been. I just have to not die before it runs away. And I actually don't think it's going to damage me. Oh, okay. I didn't notice that was a bomb that could breach shields. Okay, obviously it can bypass shields. Hurry up and charge faster. There we go. Okay. Well, it only did me 1 point of damage. Could have been worse. Yes, fleet pursuit double for 1 jump. Oh, good. Its drones deactivate when it jumps. It's good to hear. Jump before him. I'm pretty sure it doesn't warn if you do. Oh, if you jump before it, it doesn't delay the rebels. Oh, I didn't think of that. That's an interesting idea. How did I not think of that? Can we end on a fight that we actually win? Right, they're coming here now, but that is where they would have been anyway. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's loads of jumps before they get to the exit. But I would like to go through the nebula. Let me go here. I think I'm like 80% sure it doesn't alert the fleet. Okay. Right, asteroid. Right, this is a problem. This is going to be the last fight of the stream, and possibly the run, because we have it's cloaking and it's got asteroids and yeah, weapons and stuff. Ow. Yeah, and it can iron our shields. And I haven't even got to shoot at it yet, and it's already on its 2nd volley. The run ends here. He has heavy laser too. My jump can still charge. Look, it's mostly charged already. The run doesn't end here. To be honest, it depends on the AI. That is a good point. I might as well target weapons with my ion. It's not going to hit them, but if I ever do get the shields down, I'd be quite happy to hit weapons. Wow, how did none of that hit me? Also, I still haven't damaged it. Fire beam. Okay, we both hit each other once. But I did get a hit on weapons. I can count much higher before I can get a sign. Yeah, I forget the context of that quote, but why is this fire not going out, by the way? Okay. 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 We damaged the weapon right as they repaired one, so that weapon went away and this one came out. I think that was actually worse for us. Random fire just because I can. The best quotes are the ones where context is lost to time. Nit, I take it, Nit, you mean you're surprised I'm still alive. To be honest, so am I. I mean, I do have 3 shield bubbles. It's the one thing I've got going for me. We're both kind of bad. Right, come on, one more hit. Or one of these fires actually does a point of damage before it is extinguished. I don't think fire can burn a whole point of damage in a vacuum. You're piloting very well. Well, Harry, I have you to thank for your excellent evasion with the engines. Phew. 45 scrap, not bad. Please tell me there's a store. There's not a store. Okay, we are leaving it there. Yes, we're leaving our ship in danger. Actually, can I save? Presumably I can save even with my ship in danger. Because it's not real danger. Save and quit. That is going to be it for today. Sorry, we have already gone over the 4 hours. Thank you everybody for watching, especially the new people who showed up and all the fans of FTL. Nit says your offense suck, but you still do damage, even if a little. Yes, I have noticed that my offense sucks. That's why it took me 4 hours to get to Sector 6, because every fight was 5 minutes long. Hello, Streaksy. So says hello and I'm terribly sorry to be ending right as you join us. I take it you're another FTL fan. Don't worry, I will be continuing with FTL in my next stream, which is going to be next week. But it might be Sunday rather than Monday. I do have a Discord where I keep people updated on things. But yeah, I'm normally a weekend streamer. It's just that it was 32 degrees C, that is, here in the UK yesterday, and I was too melting to do any streams. Streaksy says, yes, but I clicked mainly because your name is Gertchie. Oh, well. Thanks. I'm glad you like my name. Yeah, normally I'm here on Fridays and Sundays and occasionally Saturdays as well. I'm actually not here this Friday because I have very important other things going on. But we'll be back into our normal routine very soon. LT Mango says thanks for the stream. Ellis says thank you for streaming. Nit says I'm in 2 categories, new and fan of FTL. Yes, well, I do stream other things. I mostly stream puzzle games. It's quite unusual for me to play whatever type of game FTL is. I suppose it's a roguelike, among other things. But I try to do a variety. I've done story-based games like Spiritfarer before as well. We need more regulars, says Matcha. I don't know, I've been doing pretty well on viewers recently. I've discovered that doing fewer streams, I think, leads to having more viewers because people are more excited when you actually have a stream. But I want to do more streams, it's just I never have the time. We got so many new people when stream ended. Unlucky. Yeah, sorry. Part of it is Americans and time zones. We're just getting into prime time for the people who are like 5 or 6 hours behind. And I am sorry to disappoint Americans by not being here at 3 a.m. But I do have to sleep. Oh yeah, the 07 is like... if you imagine that my face is the O and my hand is drawing a 7, and then I'm doing a salute, It's basically I have an emote of Ophelia doing the salute. It's that salute. The C in Gertrude stands for catchy, so that makes sense. Apparently it does. Alex says thank you for the stream. Lana is rolling credits on The Last of Us 2, probably ending just for raiding options. Yeah, I try and avoid raiding. I try and avoid streaming the same day as Lana because we both start and end at roughly the same time, and it's always awkward for the raids. I'm sure I can find somebody to raid though, so I will do that now. If anybody has suggestions for raids, let me know. We could always raid Nespar again, even though we did last time. I don't think we've ever raided Nespar on a Monday. This is going to be a big surprise for Nespar. She'll be all busy with Mario Monday, and then suddenly a Gertrude stream happens. Let me just check if there's anyone else I might want to go to. But yeah, Lana, let me do a quick shout out for Lana because she is Best Panda and she's just, the panda. She's just finished playing The Last of Us 2. She plays a lot of RPG type games, but she also has a very expensive channel point redeem where you can request literally any game and she has to play it. And that's how she ended up playing nude men's beach volleyball, courtesy of our friend LT Bago. Oh wait, it looks like someone's saluting. How lovely. Yes, not that kind of salute. Not that kind of salute. The arm wouldn't be bent if it was that kind of salute, so don't worry about it. Yeah, let's go to Nespar. I'm sorry to go to Nespar every time, but Nespar is just that awesome. So let me get that set up, and once again, thank you everybody so much for joining me. Thank you to Nip for following. Thank you to Rooney for the resub, Ellis for the resub, and Harry for those 100 bits. If you would like to put a raid message in Nespar's chat, then here is a message you can copy if you are subscribed. And if you're not subscribed, use any emotes you like. Use your own emotes. Use emotes of someone you follow. Or if you're not sure, use these dancing dinosaurs. Raid the Nespar. There we go. And as I say, I will be back next weekend, probably Sunday. And after next weekend, I should be back to at least 2 streams per week. I would like to get back to doing 3 a week. It's just I have so much to juggle with botany and all of that stuff. Lana playing Sucker for Love, A Date to Die For tomorrow. Oh dear. I wish her the best of luck with that. Rooney says thank you for the lovely stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everybody who shared some FTL wisdom. Or otherwise participated in chat. I am going to head off and get some rest now. So, until then, show my love to Nespar. Thank you for watching, and bye for now.